On behalf of the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew and our co-host Botanic Gardens Conservation International, I'm delighted to welcome you all to this third day of our conference, Reforestation for Biodiversity, Carbon Capture and Livelihoods, with Sky Zero, our headline sponsor. I'm Alex Antonelli, Director of Science at Kew. Thanks to all of you who have joined us for the previous 2 days of talks and discussions, and a very warm welcome to those of you joining us for the very first time today. We'll have 2 final sessions, the first on monitoring and new technologies, followed by a session on seed supply chains and seed use. We'll then discuss a joint conference declaration and end with 2 closing presentations. If you have missed any of the previous sessions, they are all available on YouTube, and you can find the links on our conference website and social media sites. The conference has generated a fantastic amount of activity and provoked a much wider debate around reforestation, raising awareness across the globe. So we really encourage you to join the conversation across all the available media. So please do follow us on Twitter. That's @QScience and @BGCI. And use the hashtag Reforestation Conference as one word when posting about the conference. If you're watching on Zoom, you can participate live in the discussion by posing questions using the Q&A function to submit questions or comments during the main sessions. Just to remind you, we have set out a code of conduct for the Q&A sessions to keep the discussion informative and focused. We'll post this into the Zoom chat in a moment. We also have English subtitles available throughout the day. If you're joining us on Zoom, you can switch these subtitles on by clicking the up arrow next to CC Live Transcript at the bottom of your Zoom window, and then selecting Show Subtitles. I'll now hand over to Dr. Justin Mote, who's research leader at Kew and leads the work in spatial analysis, including geographic information services and remote sensing technologies. He'll chair the first session today. Justin, over to you.
Thank you so much, Alex. Wonderful introduction. Good morning and afternoon and evening to you all. People are coming from around the world. Welcome to session 6 of this conference. A little bit of housekeeping. I think Alex has covered most of it, but for those participating on Zoom, please choose the Q&A at the bottom of the screen to ask questions and follow the code of conduct on there as well. And the hashtag, please use Reforestation Conference as your hashtag. Okay, so as Alex said, I'm Justin Mote, research leader for spatial analysis here at Botanic Gardens Kew, and basically interested in anything that's driving forward the technology side of plants and where they are, but also trees and sort of restoration, and do a huge amount of remote sensing. And it's been fantastic to see in this conference so many maps coming out and so many people using remote sensing and spatial analysis in their day-to-day work. So great to see. So as previously discussed, and in a few of the other sessions, it's extremely easy to plant a tree. Even I can do it, but it's incredibly hard to get the right tree in the right place. And it's even harder to imagine how we're going to monitor this into the future. We need to be looking 50, 100 years, 200 years into the future before we can understand what might be going on the planet and how we will be making changes to the planet. Things are changing rapidly with climate change, and we have an increasing pressure on the planet. Technology is often blamed for some of this, but we need to be realistic about this. We wouldn't be sitting here doing this conference without technology. A couple of years ago, this would have been absolutely impossible. And hopefully technology can allow us to actually go and move some of the data and information and allow us to plant the right tree in the right place. To give you some idea, at this present moment, the internet is streaming about 5.3 exabytes of data every single day. That's for every single person on the planet, 1.5 gig. Imagine that information if we could use and utilize that kind of data for plants and for around the world. Also, the algorithms that we use every day, as we're all sitting on the internet, we're continually sold things we don't particularly want, being given takeaways, sold games, etc. Imagine if we could use a small percentage of the energy and the algorithms that are used for that to actually do some good for the planet and allow us to sort of work with our trees and work with our planet. Hopefully, some of the sessions we're going to see today will get you into that remit, and we'll see some of the technologies. We're going to go right from the top, from very high level technologies where we're actually discovering directly planting trees and seeds with drones, discovering where we should be planting using the latest technologies. And then we'll also look at how we connect our data and our data sets to allow the expertise to put the right tree in the right place, make better decisions, allow us to quantify success and the impact that we'll have on the ground. So we'll move on relatively quickly. So our first speaker today is Dr. Stephen Elliott. He's from the Forest Restoration Research Unit at Chiang Mai University, Thailand. And he'll be presenting on 7 technology priorities for automating restoration of tropical forest ecosystems. Thank you. Over to Stephen.
Hello, everybody. I'm Stephen Elliott. I'm from Chiang Mai University in northern Thailand. And today I will be presenting to you 7 technological advancements needed for automated forest restoration, particularly of tropical forest ecosystems, along with a couple of colleagues of mine, George Gale from King Mongkut University and Dr. Pimonrat Tiensawat, who's one of my colleagues here in Chiang Mai. Before we begin, I'd just like to say we've had a brand new website open just a couple of days ago, and everything that I'm going to say to you today is published in the book that you can see there on the right. So if you're interested in any of these stuff, do please go to our website and click to open the book. It's a free download. All over the world, millions of people are planting billions of trees, largely to meet the targets that have been set by a whole host of international initiatives to promote tree planting, largely as a result of the realization that planting trees and young forests can suck up enormous quantities of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and help to mitigate global warming. One of these challenges has been the Bonn Challenge. The target is 350 million hectares by the year 2030. And progress with these sorts of challenges has been very good indeed. We have reached 210 million hectares already pledged for the Bonn Challenge. But what that means is that most of the easy sites have already been done. And by easy sites, I mean flat sites adjacent to roads that have not already been claimed for agriculture. What you see on this slide is the reality of the remaining sites that are available for forest restoration. They are steep, they are covered in weeds, and to get to them, you have to go along the kind of roads that you see there on the left. So most of the reforestation sites available are largely inaccessible. And we're doing forest restoration with prehistoric tools. On the left here, you see hoes used to dig tree planting holes, which have not changed in their design from the Iron Age. And on the right, you see a basket there used to carry heavy loads of seedlings, mostly in their plastic bags full of soil. They're very heavy, and those kinds of baskets would have been familiar to somebody living in the Stone Age. There's got to be a better way to do it. And so in 2015, we brought together a large and various group of people to try and drag the technology of forest restoration out of the Stone Age and into the drone age. This was quite a unique group of people. We had computer scientists and aeronautical engineers sitting down with seed biologists and forest ecologists, quite often people who never really get to talk to each other and exchange ideas very often in real life. And we ran this conference in the usual way. We had experts in the field to introduce the various topics. And then we sat around in these discussion groups that you can see up there, top left, sat around in the discussion groups, and we came up with around 95 proposals for further development, to develop technologies that would advance the idea, the concept of automated forest restoration. And at the end of the workshop, we had a vote. We had to get from 95 project ideas down to around 7 main topic themes. And here are the delegates at the end voting on these ideas. So we boiled it down to 7 research priorities to advance automated forest restoration. Now, of course, all this happened 5 years ago. And so what we did is we got everybody together again 2 or 3 weeks ago, and we asked them to revise this list that we generated in 2015. So what I'm going to present to you now is the revised list in descending order of priority as perceived by experts in the field. Topmost priority was identified as replacing tree planting with drone seeding. This means dropping seed bombs or seed pellets from drones. The difference between a seed bomb and a seed pellet is that a seed bomb is made out of some kind of biodegradable material, and it has structure, so it can have fins and a point to make sure that the projectile lands and stays in position. Seed pellets, on the other hand, are already widely used in agriculture. So that technology can be transferred across the forestry, I think, very easily. But the problem is with seed pellets is when you drop them, they tend to roll to the lowest point in the landscape. So the first proposal was to compare various seed bombs or seed pellets with each other to see which is the most efficient projectile. Then there's the issue of what you make these seed bombs or seed pellets out of, base materials. Testing different types of materials, biochar, whether or not to include forest soil, and so on. And in addition to the base materials, there's the question of functional additives. For example, adding chemicals that will repel seed predators, rodents mostly. Seed predation is a terrible problem with direct seeding in the field for forest restoration. And then what about hydrogels? Adding hydrogels to prevent desiccation, the second highest cause of death of seeds in forest restoration. And then there's things like adding the spores of mycorrhizal fungi and so on. All of this could be tested. And the last issue under the drone seeding heading was to compare propulsion versus gravity. Do we need to put these seed pellets into some kind of gun and fire them into the soil so that there's a certain amount of burial? Or is it enough simply to drop these seed projectiles from drones and let gravity deposit them where they will? A major issue with all of this is weed control, because when you're planting a seed to do forest restoration, instead of planting a seedling which is 20 to 30 centimeters tall, when a seedling germinates from a seed, it's tiny and it immediately gets attacked by the surrounding vegetation. So competition with weeds is a major issue. Luckily, our delegates came up with the number 2 priority is to develop smarter, safer weed control, exploiting a property called allelopathy. Now, allelopathy, for those of you who may not know, is the chemical control of weeds by living trees. And an example of this you can see on the right there. This is a Malina tree growing in an open field, and you can see quite clearly there's no grass growing within a radius of about 1.5 meters from the base of the tree. And that's because this tree secretes chemicals that kills off grasses. So rather than use the existing herbicides for forest restoration, the most commonly used one is glyphosate, one which everybody hates. How about trying to develop herbicides from allelopathic trees that already exist? So one of the things we could do is to go out there and find tree species or tree varieties that have particularly strong allelopathic properties and make sure that they are included in the trees that are planted for forest restoration or seeds that are dropped from drones. And the second thing we could do with this is actually extract those allelochemicals from the trees, concentrate them, investigate them, and use them to develop species-specific herbicides. It should be safer and smarter than normal herbicides because it's unlikely that these allelopathic chemicals are going to kill trees. So they're more likely to kill weeds than they are to kill trees. And then what to do with them? Well, one of the things you could do with them is to use drones to spray these chemicals. So if you're going to use a drone to spray herbicides, obviously you don't want the herbicides going on the trees. You want the drone to be able to make a decision, spray on the weeds and don't spray on the trees. And for that, it needs some kind of artificial intelligence to recognize the difference between a weed and a tree. And luckily, number 3 on the list of priorities from our workshop delegates was exactly that: artificial intelligence for auto species recognition. Now, these kinds of technologies would be tremendously useful for developing automated forest restoration, not just for distinguishing between weeds and trees, but also for locating seed trees. If we're going to have drones dropping tens of thousands of seeds per day, then we need to find the seeds to feed into those drone systems. And that means locating vast numbers of seed trees in natural forest. This kind of technology would also be useful for pre-restoration site assessments, making sure that we don't simply add species that are already there. We are increasing the species richness of these sites. And of course, for post-intervention monitoring, looking at the tree species that come up as a result of the restoration. There has been quite a bit of progress made with this since 2015, but delegates on the online discussion group thought that we should keep it at about number 3. It's done by combining the data from various sensors that can be put onto drones. We're talking the regular RBG cameras, hyperspectral imagery, and LiDAR is now becoming very popular too. And if necessary, combining data from all these different sensors and feeding them into artificial intelligence systems, machine learning systems that will translate the signals into species signatures. In order to do that with AI systems, one of the things you're going to want is a database of images. And this leads us into number 4, which is, again, medium priority now, integrated databases for species selection and especially for species site matching. One of the biggest decisions that has to be made when you're doing forest restoration is to put the right species in the right places. So we need enormous quantities of information, particularly the distribution of the species, their successional status, whether they are pioneer species or old growth species. And then there's the functional traits that can be used to predict whether or not a tree is going to do well in a certain place, phenology data, when to collect the seeds, seed sources, how to actually grow planting stock in the nurseries if you're going to do some kind of tree planting, and then the expected rates of survival and growth of these trees after they go into the ground. Well, matching species with site conditions and project objectives is what this one is really all about. And there's been some quite considerable progress with this. Biodiversity has brought out a system called Diversity for Restoration, which is species site mapping in South America. And the World Agroforestry Center, since 2015, has brought out Africa Tree Finder. So again, there has been quite a lot of progress in this respect. But what we're not seeing is the building up of image libraries that will be required for that AI training that I talked about in priority number 3. So if there's an area, if there's a gap to be filled, I think it lies in databases of image libraries for AI training. We need to know what trees look like from above and not necessarily by looking at herbarium specimens anymore. Number 5 is improved technologies for monitoring wildlife. Now, once you've actually done your restoration, of course, you're interested in, does the biodiversity come back? And we've been using static camera traps to do this on a more or less automated basis for years. And you can see the civet image there, top right. But the problem with camera traps is, of course, they're only in one place. Are there sensors that we can put on drones that will enable drones to fly over large areas and record the presence and the species of wildlife? So it was thought that thermal imagery from drones is the way to do that. But although there has been a little bit of progress in this since 2015, thermal imagery still suffers from the basic problem that it's not capable of penetrating dense tropical forest canopies enough to give you accurate representation of species that are not just in the treetops. And there's an example of a thermal image of some monkeys on the right there, but they're not covered up by the forest canopy. And the second type of technology where we felt there was room for improvement was automated birdsong recognition. This involves putting arrays of microphones into the forest and using AI to identify bird species from their songs, and also using the microphones to triangulate where those songs are coming from. So you get an idea of the number of territories, bird territories, that are within earshot of the microphones, and that enables you to start doing some calculations of population density. Number 6 was automated assessment of degradation and restoration. Again, this is using drone-based imagery to look at the relative ratios between crown cover, tree crown cover, weed cover, soil and rock cover, to have a look at forest structure using the structure from motion technologies and coming up with indices of carbon capture from those images. Again, this is another area where there's been some progress, but it's still not widely available to restoration practitioners. And the biggest gap we found in this type of technology was the ability to count and measure small saplings. So trees just after they've germinated and been growing a while, anything smaller than about 1 meter in height is very, very difficult to do much with those images from drones. The lowest priority was improve and test drone tech. This slipped down, I think, from the number 3 position to the number 7 position, largely because all of those problems that existed in 2015 with battery life, with connectability of the drones, the range of the drones, and particularly obstacle avoidance have largely been solved. You can walk into a department store now and buy a drone with obstacle avoidance in all directions. So yes, we still need improvements to drones, but it's not the critical factor that it was back in 2015. So in conclusion, there has been considerable progress in technologies for automated forest restoration since 2015, particularly in the areas of image capture and analysis for restoration planning and also for monitoring. The most urgent and important gaps are technologies to improve the success of drone seeding, which still have pretty low success rates, and to enable automated weed control, which really hasn't been tackled at all. In addition to the technologies themselves, these technologies must be affordable and easy to operate. We cannot continue promoting these technologies if only PhD students can actually use them. And ideally, the aim is for an integrated system where all these technologies work together seamlessly and autonomously. And on the right-hand side there, you see our idealized auto restoration workflow, which explains how that might be brought about. And for the young listeners out there, the graduate students, if you are considering topics for your master's thesis or your PhD thesis, do please read the full research agenda on our website and try to select the topics that are being suggested, because these are topics that have been through a really intensive selection process by a quorum of experts. So I'd like to thank all the workshop participants and the authors of the chapters of the proceedings of the book who gave their time freely for this endeavour. And again, if you want to access the full research agenda, please go to our brand new website. The volume on the right there is right on the opening page of the website. Click on that and you can download it for free. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephen. Great talk there, and really interesting to see how that technology is moving on, but also we have an awful lot of questions still to answer. Up next, we have Jenny Williams from Royal Botanic Gardens Kew. She's a senior research analyst, and we'll be talking about identifying and assessing potential areas for post-fire restoration in Madagascar using drones.
Good afternoon. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about remote observation and the first stage of our reforestation pilot project in Madagascar. This is part of a much larger project to help build Madagascar's capacity for fire management and mitigation. The Kew's Madagascar Conservation Centre team, this involved the identification of tree species, seed collecting, the initiation of a native seed tree nursery, as well as 2 reforestation trials. But what we're going to look at in this presentation is the careful selection of sites for effective reforestation. And for us, this was an area that suffered some particularly devastating fires at the end of 2019. A few months later, after the fires, I was fortunate enough to lead a drone reforestation survey expedition to that same area of Madagascar. I'm now going to take you along on a simulated journey for a small part of that research trip. Madagascar is the 4th largest island in the world. It's a biodiversity hotspot that contains some of the highest numbers of endemic plants found anywhere on Earth. Unfortunately, for many years, the island's forests have been deforested or devastated by illegal deforestation and fires. In 2019, the scale and severity of forest fires throughout the world caused widespread alarm amongst the public, governments, and environmental organisations. Madagascar was no exception, with large fires engulfing the dry forest areas. In this image of Madagascar, we see the dark green band of tropical rainforest running along the east coast, the higher and drier grasslands of the central plateau, and dry forests along the western coast. The pin shows Ankaranfansika National Park. It's one of Madagascar's last remaining intact dry forest areas and a key site for biodiversity conservation. And this is our study site. Excuse me. I'm now going to show you the extent of the forest burn throughout Ankaranfansika over the last few years, why we chose our study area, and what we found when we were on the ground and in the sky with the drone. This is a satellite image from November 2018. A year before the fires in 2019, we were looking at a little bit more closely. The large red area is the forest of Ankaranfansika. It's a false colour composite. Obviously, trees aren't normally red, they're green, but it shows us the health of vegetation. At this time of the year, the grassland on the plateaus is dry, so it doesn't really have any of those red tones. But most of the red you can see is actually forest. But the burn areas you can see are that dark brown, kind of black scars that you can see on the landscape. This is the image after the 2019 fires in October. And despite the distracting cloud cover that we see in the east, you can see many new burn areas, especially along the southwest edge of the forest near the Route Nationale road to Majanga. We're going to look at these 2 areas in a bit more detail. So looking back at 2018 for comparison, in yellow box, we can see that fairly healthy red area, but in the red box, we can see those kind of dark brown burnt areas. Now, moving forward into 2019, we can see that the red area that was previously burnt is now a pinky orangey kind of colour, where that vegetation, the low vegetation, is starting to regrow back. But now in that yellow box, we can see in the northern area and in the southern area that we've got severe burns. This is our study focus area in the yellow box, and it's also pretty good for accessibility to see the road that runs through there. So even before arriving in Madagascar, we could work out that we've got 2 sites, one in the north, one in the south. And whilst we were there, we droned the north with our EB, so that's our fixed wing drone, because it had suitable areas for takeoff and landing, and that's why we managed to get a large area map. In the south sites, we surveyed with a small multi-rotor drone, which was easy to pop up through the tree canopy. So we kind of droned slightly smaller areas there. Now, fieldwork doesn't always go to plan. After the fires came the rain, and whilst we were stuck quite a few times, we opportunistically popped up the drone to see what we could see. Now, the drone gives us an amazing view of the forest, the tree canopy, and these erosion scars. It also enables us to see what we could otherwise not see or was hidden. So here to the right of this view, there's a large forest of different tone and texture. Now, this would have been deforested relatively recently, but is already seen to be regrowing quite naturally here. Now, I find this really interesting area, and it became a new focus for our investigation, which is why we ended up studying 2 areas in the south instead of the one that we intended to. Now I'm trying to get through to my slides. Oops, not that one. There we go. So as we saw in the drone imagery, it gives a quick and unique overview of a very large area and enables us to quickly discover holes in the forest and the canopy. I'm now going to briefly show you through each of our sites from the air and also from the ground, so we can get a better idea of what's happening in the forest. Now, this may help us determine which different restoration strategies may be most appropriate. Firstly, we'll relook at the initial regrowth area that we discovered from the opportunistic drone flight. So this is the area of regrowth from inside the forest. There are a few standing trees, most are dead, and the ground is covered with low vegetation and shrubs, predominantly draped with lianas and climbing plants. Now, these lianas may help protect the soil from erosion, but they'll also probably hinder some of that initial tree growth. So the drone's top-down view and acute ground views show quite contrasting features. From the top view, it might be hard to determine this area isn't forest anymore. But when looking at the surrounding, when we hacked through the forest and visited on the ground, this became very clear. Looking at the combination of these views, spending time in the area and looking at the surrounding forest, I believe this area may regrow naturally. But with a bit of help, its return to a diverse natural forest could be accelerated. We're now going to have a look at that larger site in the north. So this area has been characterized by devastating burns and illegal deforestation, often due to fuel charcoal kilns. As charcoal is the main source of energy in Madagascar, demand is really high. An active kiln can be seen in this image, almost central higher. You might be able to pick out the little white dot. So there's a active kiln there. And just outside of the shop, there was a large stack of tree trunks that were ready to go into those kilns and be burnt. In this overview of the whole area, we can see the lighter green patches in the image towards the end of the track. These show the kind of landscape we've just seen from that drone footage. Whilst there's some forest patches in this area, all that we surveyed was severely degraded. Lots of human activity, frequent fires, and little remaining tree cover means that this area will have a hard time recovering naturally or at all. Okay, we're now going to move on to our final site where there's a really intense burn. So this is a devastating, complete burn. Everything was pretty much incinerated. Even so, there's regrowth starting to appear just 4 months later, and the forest really wants to come back here. As vegetation is starting to grow back, the rate at which the canopy develops over the following years will make for really interesting research. This might not be the best site for intensive restoration efforts as it's on a plateau, far away from any communities that can help protect and replant. And it's also a main trekking path to a tourist site. But now we've viewed 3 of the sites, we can see that they're all really quite different. And this calls for different strategies. So what I hope for in this forest, in terms of restoration strategy, is dependent on each of these sites being either close to intact forest, far from threats or managed threats, has relatively good accessibility, an assessment of reforestation size for effective management, and maximal use of the surrounding forest for protection and seed supply. And accounting for this, for the north area, it really needs protection from destructive illegal activities. So this would be the form of, for example, assisted regeneration, but really we need to protect it. The complete burn on the plateau is an ideal site for research into the natural regrowth of the dry forest, whilst the discovered initial regrowth area within that intact forest would be an ideal site for a full restoration project once the resources are in place. So we're looking for funding to commence these initiatives in collaboration with the National Park and other non-profit organisations. But already native tree seedlings are starting to grow in nurseries and will soon be looking for a home. So what can I do right now? Well, I'm really busy processing all the drone imagery, and I'm also looking for funding to continue this research with the inclusion of an additional drone expedition so that we can map the changes in growth in the forest over longer periods of time. From new drone images, I'm hoping to calculate the volume of forest that's been lost, but also gained as it grows back over time. This may be achieved using point-based height data, which can be extracted from overlapping drone images as seen here, in a different area of Madagascar that I flew a few years ago. When we understand more about how this dry forest regrows, we can work out where best to restore it for maximum impact and how to return this disturbed forest area into a more intact natural state. So there's so much to learn from this forest, and as it's at risk, especially from future fires, what we learn now may really help save it for the future. So I've got a bunch of people to thank. I want to thank everyone that was on the field team, and there's a picture of the field team here and everybody's names. The British ambassador in Madagascar at the time, Phil Boyle, who coordinated the immediate response from DEFRA with Stuart Cable from Kew. Catriona Moss, a senior policy advisor at DEFRA, who secured the emergency funding for this project. And especially Helen Ralemanana in Madagascar, who managed to get Tim and I on an emergency flight home out of Madagascar before the borders shut due to the pandemic. So thanks for listening.
Thank you, Jenny. Great talk and fantastic work considering the circumstances you guys are under. We're going to move on next to Roland Clint, who's a senior ecologist at World Agroforestry, and he's going to give us an overview of trees in the knowledge database. We're going to jump quite quickly from drones basically to data now, and the next 3 sessions will be on that. Thank you. Play that video.
Good afternoon, everybody. As you could probably see from the program, my name is Roland Kent. I'm an ecologist working for CIFOR ICRAF, and I'm a member of a global team that has been working on a wide range of different knowledge tools, which we have now assembled in something that we call the Global Tree Knowledge Platform. And it's a collection of interlinked databases, maps, apps, guidelines, R packages, and other decision support tools. And they all connect in one way or the other to what we call the right tree for the right place for the right purpose. So all these tools have now been assembled on a single web page that's on our website. And as you can see from the slide, there's different types of tools. So there's some tools are databases, like the agroforestry database, so which has been used already more than 300,000 times. We have interactive apps and maps, which help practitioners, growers, scientists to select suitable tree species for known planting sites. And it's also been widely used, as we can see from the number of downloads of the documentation. We have also guidelines such as the tree domestication primer and different nursery manuals. And also from download statistics, we also know that different types of users, including extension workers, including farmers, including scientists, and also some policymakers, we also see that it has been downloaded over 50,000 times. And as the fourth set of tools, we have different analysis packages. And one of them is the vegan community ecology package, which some of you may know, and the Biodiversity R package. And these are really being used a lot, as we can see from download statistics. So now very briefly, I will take you through some of these tools. So among the databases, I would say one of the first databases, but one that's still widely used, is the agroforestry database. So it's both a documentation database, and it can also help a user to select suitable tree species. And this is a screenshot for one of the species. What some of you may not have realized is that recently we also made an Android app for this database. A second database that we have is what we call the Agroforestry Species Switchboard. And it's actually a database of databases. So it's a database that when you know the name of the species, that can link you through 55 other databases. So it's in a way a one-stop shop where if you want to know something about the species, you can quickly browse through a wide range of different species. And I won't go in detail now, but recently we've been using this database actually to compile a list of the top 100 species that are listed most in these databases. And we see this as some indication of the global use of these species. So if you're interested, I think the working papers and the paper will be coming soon. Now into the apps and maps. One of these apps that allows a user for a known location for a desired planting site is the vegetation map for Africa. And then there is a connected tool that we call the Africa Tree Finder, which is an Android app that allows somebody to select suitable species. And as you can see on the right-hand side, also you can further narrow down, further filter the species based on the desired products and services that these species are meant to provide. And we're also proudly associated with the Ecoregions 2017 global database, which is the successor of the WWF terrestrial ecoregions of the world. Another set of apps that I'll briefly present here is the Useful Tree Species for Africa, now which is a tool at a lower resolution than the Vegetation Map for Africa, but that covers the whole of Africa and is based on the wide vegetation map of Africa. And recently we've been working on a Shiny app version of this tool. And another series of tools are the climate change atlases. So we have one published on our website for Central America for different shade trees for cocoa and coffee systems. And at the moment I'm working on a climate change atlas for Africa. So these were, I have to go another way. Yes, so the third category of tools are the different guidelines that we made, such as the Tree Seed for Farmers, the Agroforestry Tree Domestication Primer, different manuals. We also have a whole approach of coming up with food tree portfolios that provide year-round nutrition to families. So I would say all of them are available through the platform, so please have a look. So as the last category now of tools, and my apologies for rushing through all these tools, is different R packages that we developed. One of the packages to which I'm a contributor is called the Vegan Community Ecology Package. And it's widely used by scientists. It's probably the most widely used package now for community ecology and biodiversity studies. And connected to the vegan package, we developed the Biodiversity R package, which essentially provides a graphical user interface to users, and which is also then associated with the tree diversity analysis manual, which helps users to conduct different types of analysis. Also connected now with the vegan and biodiversity R packages is a recent series that I started in November last year on first mainly focusing on making publication ready graphics now with vegan biodiversity R and ggplot too. Another package that's listed here is the World Flora package. So it's a package that allows users to standardize species names with the World Flora Online. And the World Flora Online is the successor of the plant list. So I would encourage you, if you need to standardize plant names, to have a look at the World Flora. And Allele Shift is a package that builds on genomics to select suitable seed sources. I already briefly mentioned the climate change of Atlas for Africa. So this is a map that we're developing for 153 species that were selected through a project that's called PATSCO. And the links are available from the tool. And we've been using it now using ensemble suitability modeling in a range of studies, including a study with the World Vegetable Center and also with the African Orphan Crops Consortium. One of the users was indeed with the World Vegetable Center, and you can see the link there, and it's used for conservation gap analysis to look at how well about 127 vegetable species are conserved now, and how we could do better in conserving them in the future. So this was a very brief introduction to the Global Tree Knowledge platform. So we're quite proud and happy that we were also selected among the CGIAR 50 years of existence and celebration of 50 innovations. So that actually leads me now to the end of my presentation. So it's a thank you very much for your attention. A big thank you to all of our donors, of which some are listed here. Now also big thanks to the Forestries and Agroforestry research program. And I've been showing the link throughout to the platform. So please have a look. And if you have any comments, please come back to us. So thank you very much. This was my presentation.
Thank you very much, Roland. Great talk and great to see that we need to connect so much of this data together to actually sort of answer some of these big questions. Up next, we have Kirsty Shaw, who's Head of Restoration, Ecological Restoration and Tree Conservation at BGCI. And Kirsty will be talking about tools to support forest restoration and ensuring that biodiversity is a core component of this. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Kirsty Shaw and I work with Botanic Gardens Conservation International, or BGCI, which is one of the co-organisers of this conference. I'm based at the BGCI Africa office and presenting from Nairobi, Kenya. BGCI is the world's largest plant conservation network, representing over 650 institutions and 60,000 experts in over 100 countries. This map shows the distribution of the world's botanic gardens and their proximity to biodiversity hotspots. Tree planting pledges represent a huge opportunity for species conservation and delivering biodiverse forest restoration. But a lack of attention paid to species selection, a big focus on large-scale exotic monoculture planting, or planting a small mix of native species means this opportunity is often missed, and in some cases, tree planting can degrade or displace biodiversity. This is of growing concern to the botanical community, who have a wealth of expertise and experience related to restoration. And this presentation will share tools developed by the botanical community that can help tree planters shift to an approach that benefits biodiversity. The first tool I'll present is Global Tree Search, which is the most comprehensive database of the world's tree species. The database allows you to search almost 60,000 tree species names and their country level distribution. So you can find out the geographical distribution of a particular species, or you can download a list of all native tree species in a country. This might sound like a basic tool for forest restoration projects, which require species selection at the site level, but this tool addresses a big knowledge gap and provides a crucial first step for planting the right tree in the right place. The Global Tree Assessment is an initiative led by BGCI and the IUCN SSC Global Tree Specialist Group to carry out conservation assessments for all of the world's tree species. As a result of the GTA, more than 40,000 tree species now have conservation assessments. Around 30,000 of those have global conservation assessments that are published or about to be published on the IUCN Red List. Around 10,000 have been published on the IUCN Red List per year for the last 2 years in what's been a truly global effort. The full results of the GTA will come out later this year, and you can sign up to receive updates about our upcoming GTA report using the link that's shown here. And the GTA tells us so far that at least 26% of the world's tree species are globally threatened with extinction. The GTA results can be used to identify which tree species should be incorporated in planting programs as a matter of urgency to avoid species extinctions. To make sure this information is accessible, we're going to launch a Global Tree Assessment data portal, which will have information presented at the global, country, and species levels. The Global Tree Assessment portal will include data from Global Tree Search and the Global Tree Assessment. At the country level, it will tell us how many native, endemic, and threatened tree species there are in a particular country, the number of globally threatened and regionally threatened species in that country. At the species level, it will tell us the native distribution of a species, the threat status, whether the species is found in a protected area, whether it's present or absent from a botanic garden collection, and for threatened species, whether a propagation protocol is in place and whether a planting program is in place. Not all data will have been collated for all threatened species by the time the portal is launched, but there will be a functionality for adding data, and we encourage organizations to let us know which threatened tree species they are planting. In addition to data tools produced to help species selection, members of the Ecological Restoration Alliance of Botanic Gardens have set up demonstration sites to promote the incorporation of a wide mix of native species in restoration projects, including forest restoration projects in more than 15 countries. For example, Tura Botanical Gardens in Western Uganda runs the largest indigenous tree nursery in the country, has set up propagation protocols for native species, and restored local and central forest reserves. In collaboration with BGCI, the Ministry of Water and Environment, and the IUCN, TBG has set up 4 additional indigenous tree nurseries across Uganda, each with its associated demonstration site and each offering 100 native tree species for planting. Kaduri Farm and Botanic Garden Kaduri Farm and Botanic Garden in Hong Kong has trialled restoration treatments, including direct seeding, tree guards, and enrichment planting to develop a model for biodiverse forest restoration. Brackenhurst Botanic Garden in Kenya has restored 40 hectares of eucalyptus plantation to diverse Afro-montane forest over a 20-year period, incorporating more than 500 native woody plant species. Jardim Botanical Arariba in Brazil is incorporating critically endangered and endangered tree species into the planting mix and training other tree planting organizations in the region to do the same. And there are more examples of this kind of demonstration sites on the ERA website. A lot of the knowledge developed by the botanical community has been translated into resources to support biodiverse forest restoration. This includes a suite of guidance briefs developed by the Global Trees Campaign on how to collect, grow, and restore populations of threatened tree species, a suite of species recovery guidance briefs, and a set of forest restoration learning modules developed by ERA. Botanic gardens around the world are offering training courses to build botanical, horticultural, and restoration skills. Botanic gardens can also provide seed and seedling to support forest restoration projects, And BGCI's Plant Search database, which is a global database of living plant, seed, and tissue collections, tells us that botanic gardens are managing more plant diversity, far more plant diversity than any other sector. They also have associated horticultural expertise. Plant Search can be used to identify which botanic gardens hold particular species in their collection, and you can use the database to send requests for information on how to grow particular species. To facilitate connections with the botanical community, BGCI has developed directories of expertise that can connect botanical experts to improve restoration programs on the ground. BGCI's Garden Search database can also be used to find botanical institutions that are close to your restoration site. So even if the botanic garden themselves is not leading a restoration project, they'll hold relevant botanical and horticultural expertise, plant material, and skills that can be applied to improve biodiversity outcomes of forest restoration projects. To access the tools mentioned in this talk and developed by members of our network, just a few of which are shown here, please use the links from the presentation or feel free to get in touch with BGCI. And we encourage you to reach out to the botanical community and use the tools that have just been presented to ensure the right trees are planted in the right place and to significantly improve reforestation outcomes, particularly for biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsty. Great talk. And it's great to see the fact that we need some of this baseline data and getting this baseline data into the right hands so they can actually make a difference on the ground. Next up, we have Frank van Schubock, who's from Dutch International Business Cooperative and Tree Farm, Netherlands. And he's going to be looking at geodata combined with agroforestry models, enabling practitioners to quantify and develop impact for improved tree genetics in Ethiopia. Over to Frank.
So my name is Frank van Schouwbroek. I work for a company, DIP Co-op Farm Tree, and I am working with ICRAF in Ethiopia to where ICRAF is carrying out a tree seed improvement program. Those tree seeds, they will go to all sorts of agroforestry projects. And what actually the question was that we addressed is, okay, if ICRAF has this program to improve the tree seed quality, what is the impact at scale? What is the impact all over Ethiopia? I'll give you a spoiler. We have done some calculations, and for 2 species with an improved with improved seeds, that will yield about 75 million euros. Now let's not talk about that exact figure, but let's see how we got there. By the way, besides the economic value, we also look at soil conservation, biomass, effect on labor and all that. Okay, the first thing that you want to know, if we improve seeds, like what does that actually do? And ICRAF has a model for that. To the left here, you can see a current seed tree that may be inbred or a tree in the wrong place. In the middle, you see the natural performance. And of course, if you start breeding through this breeding seed orchards, then you can get even trees that perform much better than natural, which you all know from annual crops, from the maize and the wheats and the rices and all that. But in trees, it's actually the same situation. If we have a difference between one and another, how do you actually capture that? Now, for that, we developed a database, a quantitative tree database that characterizes each tree in about 150 to 200 variables. Now, most of these variables between a current seed tree and a quality seed tree are just the same. But then we have changed that variable in this database for a current seed tree. Let's say a potential total biomass production is something like 26 tons per hectare per year under optimum conditions, of course. And that we have defined in the quality genetics tree as 31 tons. That's a 20% difference, which comes from actual measurements. Now, as I said, there are many other variables. For example, the distribution of biomass over the roots and the stem and the branches and the leaves, that we assume is then the same, but another variable which is different is the quality of timber is different, and so we assume a slight different, I think 10% higher price for the timber you will get for the quality seed. Now, these trees, they end up somewhere. They end up in a somewhere in an agroforestry system. And what does it do in this particular agroforestry system? Now, for that, we have developed a tool. It's called the farm tree tool, and I'm going to show you very quickly how that one works. Here we are in the online tool. You obviously you define a plot somewhere, in this case close to Addis. That plot definition gives then a certain area. It tells you what slope. Here you can also adjust the slope. It tells you and it takes then the climate from that particular place. And here I have already planted on 40% of this area quality Grevillea. There are many more trees in the database. So we have, for example, this business as usual Grevillea that we saw in the previous slide, and the quality. Now let's plant the quality Grevillea for 40% cover. There are also some crops. I have here defined a maize bean intercrop of the Grevillea. So there's also other crops, of course. And then we put some inputs. In this case, we say we do some manure for manuring. Now this we submit, and when we look then at what the model does, this is month-wise. It looks at the cover of the plot. If we go to the years, you can see the Grevillea is growing for 10 years. Then it's cut, it's growing, and then it's cut. And obviously the maize and beans are adjusted according to that. The model gives much more. It gives, for example, productivity. Here you can see the different products that come, and you can see that once in 10 years you get construction wood from that particular plot. But you also get all the other mulches, pulses, staple food, and all that kind of things. And it also tells you, for example, something about the water balance. It's always much more fun to look at the months, so you can see how over the season what there's rain and how that goes into the different soil layers and how it flows off. And then you get erosion, for example, and you can see that the erosion is much higher once you have cut the trees. There are many more. Of course, there's also the financials. The financials that you get over the years. Now, going back to the presentation. Now, you can imagine that in that way we can make an estimate of a business as usual scenario and of a agroforestry with normal seeds and an agroforestry with improved seeds. You can do that for all sorts of land cover classes. So here you have a land cover class, shrubland and sparse forest and so forth. And on cropland you can have just agroforestry scattered, or you can have woodlots, and that you summarize the performance of individual systems. You can summarize that with all the indicators that we got from the farm tree model. Now, where does that end up? Of course, these different systems, they end up somewhere in the landscape. To the left, you see the land cover classes done through my colleague Fabio. And these land cover classes, you then can prioritize for that, and with that you estimate the acreage by which the different agroforestry projects are going to cover with these different types of trees. Now, the rest is actually basically high school mathematics. So you know an area that you're going to cover. You take the time by which it takes to cover. Here we said in 20 years the full cover will be reached. Then you look at how fast the quality seeds get into the landscape, because we are establishing in year 0 the breeding seed orchards. It will take a couple of years for them to produce, and then you can see that more and more quality seeds get into the landscape. Here you can see how that works. A certain amount of business of normal seeds and quality seeds, and all that gives you the impact. Now, and here we go to the impact that I promised. Here we've got the 75 million euros and the soil conservation effect and so forth, all those. So this is how we got into an estimate of those improving to 3 species. Now, just a little recap. So what do we need for this particular impact assessment? So we need this 3 crop database with a quantitative definition of trees and crops. We need the farm tree model to estimate the performance of an individual agroecological system, of woodlots, or contour bunding, all that. Then we need how quick the seed flows into the landscape and how quick the landscape is being restored. And then we need the total area. And that all gives you the agroforestry impact and the seed quality impact at scale. So far my presentation. This is done by the PATSPO team in Ethiopia and done by the DIPCO farm tree team, which are my colleagues here in the Netherlands. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you, Frank. And again, another good talk showing that we need to connect all of those data together, and also reminding us that we need to quantify some of our outputs and outcomes, especially if we're to convince some of the people that hold the money. Can I ask all of the panel to switch their cameras on, and we will get ready for questions. A reminder to the audience that you're welcome to ask questions again and cover any questions. So on the Q&A at the bottom, please put forward your questions and we will convene and pick up on them. Okay, I'll just wait for the cameras to come up. Excellent, thank you guys. Well, great set of talks. I'm going to kick off with actually quite a general question to the whole panel, but I'll start with Stephen. This is a question from Levin to, well, it's directly to Stephen, but I think it's applicable to all of us and all the people on the panel. How do you ensure that technological progress, sorry, just moving on that, supports conservation whilst avoiding conservation goals that are altered and formulated in a way to support the application of newly applied technology? So how do we stick with the goals and not be forced essentially by the technology? So I'll put that to Stephen first, and then raise your hand if you wish to answer for the rest of the panel. Stephen, could you put your mic on? Thank you.
Yeah, we've always maintained that it's very important that the tail doesn't wag the dog. And it's very easy to get bewitched by these glittering new technological toys, and they're enormous fun too. I mean, they're quite addictive. Once you've flown a drone, you don't want to be going out with poles and tape measures ever again when you see what drones can do. So you just got to be careful. You've got to look at the problems that you want to solve, and then ask how technology can solve those problems, rather than say, you know, this is what technology can do. Let's find a purpose for that. The question is very, very pertinent. The science has to come first, and the technology, the shiny new toys, are a means for you to achieve your prescribed objectives. Good question.
Yeah, no, very good question. Anyone else want to have a quick stab at that one? We'll go to Frank.
Another way that we use is we are actually private, and if nobody pays for it, it's not going to happen. So I don't say that's an overall solution, but it helps definitely for us to focus on what clients want.
Right. And Jenny, do you think you can?
Yeah, the drone technology is amazing. Obviously, that's kind of what I was doing. But alongside what we were doing all the time, and what we tend to do is we do ground plots at the same time. And the imagery that I showed in the presentation is that if you just look from above, it doesn't give you the whole picture. Until you get in on the ground, you can't understand the interaction and what's going on. So it's really important for us to be using the technology in combination with what we have been doing historically. So the ground surveys, making sure we know what's really going on, and then using those drones to really get that bigger picture that we wouldn't be able to get otherwise. So it's using them both together, but making sure that technology does answer the questions we're actually answering, as well as giving us something new, hopefully, as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Jenny. Any other offers from the other guys? Otherwise, we'll move on to the next question. No. All right, thanks. So here's a question again to Stephen. We're just waiting for a few to come in from Seb Sebi. Basically asking, how do you choose the species which have this sort of a natural herbicide effects, and what happens if the species aren't native?
Yes. Okay. So let's deal with the first one. How do you choose species with that allelopathic effect? Well, you can go to the literature. There's quite a lot in the literature about allelopathic effects of trees. And the other thing to do is to concentrate on those aggressive pioneer tree species that can make it out, that can make it out into these deforested, exposed areas and seem to do quite well, even though they're not casting a tremendous amount of shade. And the picture that I showed in the slide with the Malina tree and that zone of inhibition, it's just pure observation. Go out and look for it. What was the other part of the question?
The second part of the question was about non-native species. Do you think they could be used?
Yes. Well, this is very interesting because until last night, I was a confirmed absolutely no eucalyptus under any circumstances sort of guy. And then I don't know whether the users today saw it, but Karen Hull's lecture yesterday, did you see it? It was, she had rows of eucalyptus running through restoration plots. And her argument was that the eucalyptus trees generated income that supported the whole restoration process. So it was a sort of pragmatic solution. But she had some provisos also on the use of eucalyptus. Generally speaking, I wouldn't, there's always native species that will do the job. And this business of just importing foreign species, exotic species, because everybody knows how to grow eucalyptus and we can't be bothered to go and sort through our native tree flora and find something that does exactly the same job. It's just laziness. Go out and find your local equivalent of eucalyptus. That's my opinion.
Thanks, Stephen. Yes, laziness of eucalyptus then. A quick question from Jenny, just sort of looking at the technology you've been using now. What do you expect to come up in the next 5 years? What are the big things on the horizon that you're looking forward to using?
At the moment, we're using a little bit more of the quick and dirty type cameras. So we're looking at, if you're looking at quadcopters, it's a standard red, green, blue, like your normal kind of camera on it. And then the fixed wing has got a bit of a better payload. We can add that red, green, blue, but also near infrared, red edge, that kind of thing. So when we start getting into the kind of the more colors essentially that we can start looking at, then we can start pulling out a lot more information. So for the future, we're hoping that on these still quite light drones that are fairly easy to fly by most people, you can get better cameras on them. I know our team, Justin, you of course, are looking at LiDAR and hyperspectral on those bigger kind of multi-rotor drones. And that's going to be kind of the future, but at the moment, they're still big and heavy. And I know you're really investigating their use. So hoping in the next few years that will become a lot more commonplace, then we can start looking at those things that have been mentioned by Stephen about identifying trees, looking at their spectral profiles, being able to identify some kind of species. It might not be every species, but if you can target one and have a really good spectral profile of one particular tree, whether it's, or a species, whether it's invasive, something to get rid of, or whether it's something you really want to hone in and make sure you're accessing, that kind of thing, I think for the future will be really, really valuable, really useful for us. I'm not there yet at all, and I know, Justin, you're much further along the line for that, but I think that's a lot of the wealth of the information coming through is how we can actually use the technology to identify things that we'll never be able to get to. It's inaccessible, it's very hard, but the technology will be there, and it is coming along fast, but it's a lot of high-end stuff as well.
Excellent, thanks Jenny. A question from Neil to Kirsty. Recognizing that the global tree assessment is a critical knowledge base that should be employed to inform the majority of forest restoration activities, is there a means of tracking the use of this data and learning from the projects that have incorporated this information?
Thanks. Yeah, so we're really keen for global tree search and the global tree assessment data to really underpin restoration projects and also other databases that are out there to support restoration too. And we've had a lot of interest in the data already. So a lot of requests coming in asking how they can use the database when it comes live later this year. So to start with, we want to do that on a case-by-case basis, see how the requests come in, but we're really keen for people to be using that data. And on the Global Tree Assessment data portal, we're going to have a conservation action tracker that actually will track the conservation action that's going on for threatened species, because we think that that is something that's lacking at the moment, that red list assessments are pretty static, whereas we want this kind of more active tracker that will tell you when threatened species are being incorporated into planting projects, for example, how that has gone. So yeah, really keen to be partnering with people and learning how people are using the data as it's published.
Great, thank you, Kirsty. I'm actually going to pass the next question to you as well, because I think I would also ask others to answer. So from Daniel, he's asking basically, mycorrhizal fungi associated with lots of native species, and are they required for native planting? I'd be very interested both from yourself and Frank's and Roland's perspective. Are you picking this information up into your databases, and how is it being used and progressed? So we'll start with Kirsty.
So the Global Tree Search database and the Global Tree Assessment databases are just trees, but a lot of the demonstration sites that I mentioned that are led by the Ecological Restoration Alliance of Botanic Gardens are not just about putting trees in forest restoration projects, it's about putting everything back. So there's a lot of expertise in some of the member Botanic Gardens when it comes to mycorrhiza use, particularly Chicago Botanic Garden, for example. So some of those project examples really are looking at things in much more detail and looking at not just the trees. So yeah, I would say have a look on the ERA website for some good examples of projects that are looking at that level.
Frank, Roland, would you like to answer any of those, add any additional information to that?
Yes, sorry, my camera seems to be coming and going. It's not that I want to hide. I wanted to add a little bit. I would say it's not everything is in databases. We should not forget the wealth of knowledge of practitioners. And it's not only in the area of tree growers. We have foresters. It's also been shown throughout the conference, the wealth of knowledge of people having their feet on the ground, and knowing what it takes to plant a tree, to get good quality seedlings and also to make sure they survive. But something else that's also disappearing rapidly, unfortunately, is botanical knowledge. There's a lot of botanists that have a wealth of knowledge, and not all that knowledge is captured, and also not all that all that knowledge can be captured in databases. I always remember when I did my master's research in Vietnam, that actually botanists also identified tree species by making slashes on the bark of the tree and by smelling the tree. Actually, part of the identification of the species was by smell. So I'd say not everything can be done just automatically by artificial intelligence. So I think we should find ways of also training people in different fields and keep training them, and also enable the young generations as the people that will do most of the restoration, not to gather this knowledge and then to utilize this knowledge. So I think that's kind of my answer. I would say it's tools, technology. I think one thing that will definitely help is thinking, if you say 5 years in the future, I would imagine that internet access will be a lot better. So it can help you to access online data. But I think you still need to be in the field for many things. Thank you. That's my response.
Excellent. Thanks, Roland. Frank, would you want to add to that?
Yes, yeah, now we're talking about databases and plant knowledge. How we all started this farm tree tool was exactly acknowledging that there was a lot of knowledge in the field, and we captured that, and we actually tried to capture it in quantitative, lots of quantitative information, such as, of course, you know, we would not expect a farmer to know how much carbon is there in a tree, but we would expect a farmer to know how much mangoes comes from a tree or from 10 trees. And then also things like how long does it take to harvest all those mangoes? There's lots of that kind of information that we primarily get from the field, but then that we enter and through that tool bring it hopefully back to the farmers. We're not there yet, but maybe in a couple of months. That to bring that kind of knowledge back. And so when we see something in the field that is relevant, then we always make another field or a couple of fields in the database available. I think it started with mycorrhizas, but we ended up somewhere else.
That's fine. I think it's important that we do not hide behind the digital data, as we've shown, and we need that local knowledge and the knowledge of the people working on the ground. They know how to plant trees better than any of us, and it doesn't matter what the data says, sometimes they'll know a lot better than any of that data. A question here to Roland. Are you still there, Roland? I know you've got some problems with your camera. Yep, hopefully you're so. Yep, from Starry. It's wonderful to see these resources for tree species recommended for Africa. Do you know of similar resources for other continents?
Well, I think it was already presented in the first presentation. There's also some tools from Biodiversity International, now in their alliance with CIAT. It's indeed a lot of our tools. Currently, the interactive maps are focused on Africa, but actually we have the ambition to expand them further. And again, there's a lot of, if you go through the agroforestry switchboard, there's a lot of databases for different continents. So at least knowing some of the biophysical characteristics of the planting site, also you can filter species, and get a useful subset of species. So I would say partially yes, partially no, but hopefully you can expand.
Yeah, I think again these connections of resources is going to be critical for the moving forward. Here's a question actually to the whole panel. I think it's going to be mainly for those that handle the databases. How commonplace is the inclusion of local names for species in the available databases, and how important is this for identification? I think I'll start with Kirsty.
Yeah, so it's not something that we've pulled into the Global Tree Search database, that's just based on Latin names. But it is something that is pulled into IUCN Red List assessments. If there are local names known for species, then they are pulled into the Red List assessment. And I think from the perspective of working on the ground, it is really helpful to have those local names. That's how a lot of people know the species, but to always back them up with the scientific names to make sure we are always talking about the same species.
Thanks, Kirsty. Can I ask the same question of Roland?
Yeah, sure, you can ask, and even I'm happy to answer. Even no, it's quite important in the field. That's one thing we learned when we developed the Africa Tree Finder Android app. And that was one of the key features, and that the local users wanted is the local names. Something in addition to that, actually, there was also a lot of frustration of some of the foresters also in changes in botanical names. So I think it would be important not to also mention the synonym, not the species that they learned about when they were learning about species, and then the new botanical name and the local name. So I think all those names are important, and probably also associated with some images. Actually, one thing to add, I think in the first presentation, we talked about this artificial intelligence to recognize tree species. So there is this initiative and website of PlantNet, which has a large number of images, and which has an interactive app of recognizing plant species, not from the tree cover, but more from the flowers or the leaves. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. So I've got potentially one of the last questions towards this, and it's an interesting question. It sort of combines our sort of knowledge or ideas in the field. I'm going to ask Jenny this first, just to see what she might pick up on it, and to see how we might pick up on this for Madagascar. What can the role of citizen science platforms like iNaturalists help to map tree species ranges? And that's from Seed Balls in Kenya.
So iNaturalist, the way we've been using it in Madagascar is, as well as collecting the tree species and identification and the herbarium specimen, as well as DNA, iNaturalist is being collected at the same time. So what that's giving us there is the distribution that we wouldn't normally have from those. We know, like in a particular forest, if a species is there, but we don't know how well distributed that is. For Encarophansica that we were looking at, there are 5 different habitats, so it's quite critical in that whether the species is there or not. So iNaturalist is really opening up the world for everybody to have access to it. Obviously, you get the experts feeding into yes, this is, or no, this isn't the species that you think it is. So it's getting everyone involved, from on the ground people collecting the information to the experts then saying yes or no, it is something, and then we get a worldwide essentially kind of distribution of where a species might be. And I think that is really, really opening things up. It's getting everybody involved, but it's giving us a wealth more information than we'd have from any other kind of survey or just ground-based data set that we're looking at.
Excellent, thanks, Jenny. Can I ask a similar question to Stephen? So you did discuss sort of using drones by members of the public. Do you think this is a possibility for the near future?
Yeah, I think we're going to change the way we identify trees, and because one of the questions that came up was, can we fly over a forest and identify all the tree species present? No, we can't do that at the moment. The closest we've come to that is being able to fly over a forest and pick out from a background of everything else particular trees of interest. And there's 2 ways to do that. You might be after, for example, seed trees to fill up your nursery with planting stock. And the 2 ways to do that, the first way is to match the old science, the old taxonomy, the dichotomous keys with applying that to images from drones, because drones can get so close to the trees. You can see the leaf arrangement. You can even see the venation on some of the larger leaves, the size, the shape, the acumen tip. So you can apply old taxonomy to new images. So that's one way to do it. But the way everybody seems to be going with this is to look at the whole crown of the tree and then look at the radiation that's reflected from the crown, or possibly LiDAR images, and then to match the species with the signal that's coming back from the tree. You can only do that if you've got a reference collection of what known tree crowns look like. You go to any taxonomic botany book, there's no information about what the crown looks like from above, because we've never looked at trees from above before. And anybody with a drone can go out and take pictures of what trees look like from above. There was another question in the list that said, I forget exactly where it was, but the question said, what's the role of trees in botanical gardens for drone imagery? And trees in botanical gardens all have labels on them. So we know exactly what they are. So you could take a Mavic Mini and you could just go and hover over every tree in the botanical garden, because you know where they are and you know what, you know the species name, and take your pictures, and there's your AI image crown, tree crown image library, and you can use that then to fly over forest and try to compare what you're seeing in the forest with what you're taking in the botanical gardens. That's a project any school kid could do with a Mavic Mini tomorrow, and don't blame me if tomorrow Kew Gardens is full of kids flying their drones over the trees, but that would be a marvelous thing to see.
Thanks, Stephen. I'm afraid we run out of time, but it's actually a wonderful segment into the final part of this, where we'll be showing a video from Kew. But I just want to say to the panelists, thanks so much for your questions and answers and your presentations. Please stay to try and answer the questions in the chat and the Q&A. Session 7 is on seed supply chain and will be in about 30 minutes. Big thank you to Paul Bailey, who's been feeding me the questions and collating all of the questions. There's a lot of questions in there. So thanks to Paul for that, and the other guys behind the backs, ticking over, pushing the videos, etc. We have a video coming up which is called the Future Treescapes, and it does involve myself, so you're going to see my face again, but also Ed Eichen, who's head of landscape and horticulture at Wakehurst Place, and we'll be giving an overview, and we'll also be doing some trees from the gardens in 3D as well, so it fits very well to some of the sessions we had and some of the discussion we've had. So thanks very much everybody for your time, and we'll see you all in half an hour.
Trees do so much for us, thinking about their ability to regulate an environment, to make a really roasting hot day cool and shady, their ability to absorb pollution in cities, to regulate floodwater, to take up carbon. There is the incredible kind of ecosystem engineers, and we really need to value everything that they're capable of delivering for us.
There's lots of ways of measuring ecosystem services, and there's a lot of ecosystem services we can measure. Some of them are a little bit more tricky, like appreciation, but we can quiz people, ask people, how are you feeling now and then after they've come out of a patch of forest or an environment. But we can quantify quite a lot of the values. So one of the things that we work on quite a bit at Kew is using remote sensing to understand how big, how vast the treescape is, how much carbon's been captured by it, how much canopy is in place there, which can intercept the rainfall and the pollution. So one of the things that we're using here at Kew is LiDAR, which is essentially laser scanning. Very similar technology you might get on automated cars, but also on aeroplanes and things nowadays, and on satellites and drones. And this shoots out a laser, bounces off, and returns a very, very high resolution point in X, Y, and Z. And we can get millions of these points, which allows us to measure that tree down to the millimeter level. We can also use drones to get canopy and canopy cover, and we can start looking at the landscape in different wavelengths of light. So for instance, infrared is very useful for looking at tree dynamics, how quickly those trees are churning over the carbon dioxide that they're absorbing, and how healthy they are as well in the landscape.
Well, we know the role that trees can play in really effective carbon uptake and sequestration. To really effectively hit this net zero by 2050, the landscape is going to have to offset some of our emissions. And this is the opportunity to create a diverse treescape that can support biodiversity. And we also need to think about the cultural associations, because I think that is the sort of crucial factor with our treescapes of the future, this strong cultural connection that people want to be part of them.
Hello and welcome to session 7 on seed supply chains and seed use. I'm Eleanor Bremen, Senior Research Leader in Seed Conservation at Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew, and I have the pleasure of chairing this session. We have 5 distinguished speakers lined up for you who will be providing interesting and insightful talks in this area. And as has become clear from the previous sessions in this conference, the use of native species is paramount for successful reforestation programs that look to sustain biodiversity, capture carbon, and support local livelihoods. Using native species on the scale required for current reforestation initiatives requires a step change in seed supply. And in this session, we'll explore this issue from a variety of viewpoints. We'll hear about the importance of high quality native seed as one step in ensuring the success of restoration programs, and how regulation of seed supply chains can help ensure this. With a focus on Africa, we will learn about the bottlenecks in the provision of native tree species and the roles of different stakeholders to help alleviate this. We will look at the findings of a project in Ethiopia, which addressed some of the seed supply challenges through capacity building to deliver seed and seedlings of multiple species and provide information to ensure that the right tree is planted in the right place. We'll hear about a 20-year partnership between the Kew Madagascar Conservation Centre and the National Tree Seed Centre, Silo National des Grands Forestiers, to ensure the safeguarding of phylogenetic resources through community engagement in seed conservation. Moving across the Atlantic, we will find that the USA also faces limitations on commercially available species of native tree for restoration, and discover more about the work being done to improve the native tree seed marketplace. So if you are participating on Zoom, you can ask questions by clicking on the Q&A button at the bottom of your Zoom window and typing in your questions. We have a moderator for this session, Tim Pearce, who will pick these up, and I will be passing your questions on to our speakers during the panel Q&A following their talks. Can I please ask that everyone follows the code of conduct that is posted in the chat? So thank you for that. And I'm sorry if you're watching on YouTube, but you won't have access to the Q&A function. Everyone can, however, join the conversation on Twitter using the hashtag Reforestation Conference. So without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speakers, Professor Kingsley Dixon and Dr. Simon Pedrini from Curtin University in Australia. Their talk is entitled Making Seed Matter in Reforestation and the Role of International Seed Banks.
Hello, I'm Simon Pedrini. I'm a research fellow at Curtin University based in Perth in Western Australia.
Forest ecosystems around the world are under threat, and no more so than here in the biodiversity hotspot of southwest Western Australia, with what was once one of the largest temperate rainforests. Myself and my colleague, who's going to present immediately after me, Dr. Simon Pedrini, have been working in the ecosystems of southwest Western Australia and concentrating on systems like the forest ecosystems that we're in here to try and understand how to put back not just the trees, but the biodiversity that are part of a fully functional, resilient ecosystem. And as part of this journey, we've understood and have come to appreciate that so much of the other animals and plants and the trees show a terrific interdependence, and that ecosystems such as this forest ecosystem, the Jarrah and blackbutt forests of the southwest of Western Australia, can be sustainably and in perpetuity put back together as long as we put back a full complement, or as best a complement of species as possible. Things such as this remarkable water bush, a legume, has a soil seed bank that potentially lives 50 years or more, is capable of restarting the whole nitrogen cycle in the system. The maidenhairs that cover the ground here, related to the European maidenhair, are also part of the soil stability. And the leaf litter that's created by all the combination of the up to 300 species that share the forest canopy with the great giant trees that we have here are all part of creating that dynamic, resilient and climate-proofed ecosystem. But in that journey, it's important that we do get some of the fundamentals correct. And when we start moving away from just the trees through to the biodiversity, issues become important that maybe were not important with the tree species. And one of those, and one of the most critical, is the seed supply chain. How robust is it? How is it able to support the scale and diversity of the species required? And is there technology inbuilt in the seed supply chain to ensure the quality and diversity of the diversity is put back, but also that the techniques for that restoration are in place? I'll now hand over to my colleague, Dr. Simon Pedrini, who is working on a range of projects to outline some of the issues and solutions to the seed supply chain.
So as Kingsley said in his forest talk, is that there are problems in the supply of native seed globally, especially when it comes to the quantity and diversity of quality of seeds. And there's not enough of them to fill the growing demand for native seeds globally in this push for restoration and reforestation. To do so, we decided to analyze the native seed supply chain across the world and decide to publish a series of standards to outline some of these problems. To do so, we've decided to analyze the seed supply chain in the broader context of ecological restoration, starting from an ecosystem to be restored and returning a restored ecosystem, going through a restoration plan, a native seed sourcing and procurement plant, and then starting from seed collection from natural populations and eventually seed production system, then going through seed processing, seed quality testing, if needed, seed storage, seed dormancy alleviation, and seed enhancement, to ultimately have seeds ready to be delivered on the ground and through monitoring and various activities return a restored ecosystem. We've published this review of the native seed supply chain in this special issue published last year in the journal Restoration Ecology in a series of papers that provide an in-depth analysis of each of the steps of the seed supply chain. And it culminates in the international principles and standards for native seeds in ecological restoration, where we try to provide some solution to all of these problems. The issue with the native seed supply chain varies, and the main one, the first one, is that it's not clear what can be considered native seeds for ecological restoration. And then there are very few policies or certification schemes that can regulate these developing markets. And in most countries, there's usually very little consideration for quality of native seed batches. So going to the first questions, what can be considered native seeds for ecological restoration? The key aspects of native seeds is the population of origin, so where it comes from and how it was collected, because this collection needs to be representative of the donor population, and this diversity needs to be preserved as far as practical throughout the supply chain, so that it is maintained when delivered to site. This will mean that selected varieties, also called nativas, are not recommended for ecological restoration. They might still have a use in forestry, maybe in revegetation, in rehabilitation, but if you aim for ecological restoration, it's better stay away from improved varieties. This brings me to the key differences between selected variety of crops and native seeds. The selected varieties are the result of hundreds, if not thousands of years of plant breeding. So some of the traits, such as dormancy, seed fill, have been altered significantly to improve reliability. And the key information and the key attributes that need to be maintained throughout this supply chain is the genetic purity and the varietal stability. Native seeds, on the contrary, are representative of a broad array of genetic diversity, and that results in high variability and logistical complexities. And the key information that need to follow a seed batch is the origin of these seeds. But ultimately, the main difference between these two kinds of seeds is that the first one, the varieties, are aimed for the production of foods or goods or services, where native seeds are there to restore ecosystem. They should be resilient, and therefore the genetic diversity, it's there to guarantee this resilience of these newly restored ecosystems. Unfortunately, if this difference between varieties and natives is not understood or acknowledged by the policymakers, it does result in a series of regulation that, though well-meaning, might actually be detrimental to the development of native seed markets. And there's a similar example in Brazil when they try to retrofit forestry regulation to native seeds, and in Europe where they try to use fodder species regulation and apply it to natives for grassland. A similar issue is faced when seed testing is to be performed, because now the International Seed Testing Association has very strict and precise standards on how testing should be performed on selected varieties. But there's a little wiggle room to allow for the diversity of native seeds. So registered laboratories have trouble processing testing native seeds. And this has brought the perception in native seed supplier that the quality of native seeds cannot be tested effectively. And this is what we're trying to change with this standard document. We instead want to find a balance between what are quality expectations and guarantees for the users and what is practically achievable and economically viable for seed suppliers. When we talk about seed quality testing, we mean all those attributes of a seed batch that can be given a numeric value, such as purity, viability, and germinability. In this example, in the document, we provide this pro forma label that shows how, for example, seed quality testing could be reported. If you break down the seed testing into its various steps, the first one is the seed purity test. So let's say we've got a 10-kilo bag of native seeds. We'll take a representative sample out of the bag and then run the purity test, which means separating what is considered, what is clearly a pure seed unit and what is non-seed, like twigs, little rocks, or leaves. In this example, we've got 90% purity. At this stage, it's also useful to record the weight of seeds and to have an understanding of how many pure seeds units are per gram. Once we have this pure seed unit, we can then run a viability test. There's a large array of tests that can be run. The cut test, for example, X-ray, tetrazolium, floating test. And ultimately, this test will result a number, for this case 80%, of seeds that can be considered viable because look healthy and filled. We can then run a germination test. Germination test is usually done on an appropriate substrate. They allow water to be given to the seeds. In this example, we've got 50% germination. Then the difference between the results of the viability test and the germinability test will provide some indication on what percentage of the seed batch is to be considered dormant. In this example, 30%. Those information are useful, but to make them very meaningful for the seed user or the seed suppliers, they need to be multiplied by the purity test. By doing so, we actually achieve the most meaningful results, like the pure life seeds or the pure germinable seeds. And especially the pure life seeds information is the key for every seed batch. For example, now in our 10-kilo bag, we know that 7.2 kilos is actually pure life seeds. And our suggestion for seed suppliers or seed users is to move away from the concept of talking about kilos of seed and instead start using the pure life seeds as a way to market and sell the seeds. So far I've talked like how we suggest how the testing should be performed, but we're also working on technology to speed up the process of seed testing and decrease the price of testing. For example, we're trying to develop a series of techniques using X-ray scanners, similar to the ones used in hospitals, to look inside the seeds without killing them. These methods already allowed us to speed up the process of seed testing a lot, but we're now moving into the space of developing algorithm and a software that can help the testing and provide semi-automated results, so you can cut the time for testing a seed batch from half an hour to less than 5 minutes. Another key step in seed supply chain is seed processing, which means the manipulation of a seed batch to improve the purity and its viability. It can be done on small scale, manually using seeds, or on a large scale, different kind of equipment. But the end goal is the same, so to get a seed batch that is not pure and get perfectly pure seeds at the end of it. This is an example of some small scale lab cleaning using a series of sieves, threshing, this can be manually or using a thresher or dehuller, and then using airflow, it's possible to separate seeds from other material and empty seeds using the difference in density. In this example, we can manage to achieve an almost 100% purity. This picture here, that's one of the eucalyptus that grows around Perth, and we go from a 7% viability to almost 80% at the end of the cleaning process. Once we got our seeds clean, we can then perform some seed enhancement. One of the seed enhancement is seed priming, when seeds are imbibed for a certain time and then dried up again. And this usually can improve the quality of all seed batches and improve synchronicity and speed of germination. But the technology I'm more interested in is seed coating. Seed coating can be simply explained as putting stuff around the seed. It can be very tiny, like film coating, a very thin layer of material, encrusting when you build up a bit more, or pelleting when the shape of the seed is no longer evident. It's been performed in agriculture for almost a century because it helps standardize the weight and the size and physical property of a seed, but also to deliver beneficial compounds such as pesticides, insecticides, nutrients, and phytoactive promoters, and so on. In this video, I'll show you an example of how I perform the pelleting on this Australian shrub. And you can see how drastically the size of the seed and the shape is increased through this process. Going back to the species I showed you earlier, this eucalyptus, you can see that we can go from these seeds to these seeds. So it's almost a 30%, 13 times increase in volume and 9 times increase in weight. And this is without adding any beneficial compound, but the just variation of the seed size alone can have great effects when restoration needs to be performed at scale. And I want to bring you the example of the Western Australian wheat belt. This is a very large area that has been cleared in the last 100 years for agriculture, so that now less than 7% of the wheat belt has this remnant vegetation. There's lots of projects now starting, try to bring back some of that bush, either for carbon sequestration or for biodiversity restoration. And currently, what is done on this land is to mix the seeds of different species with, of course, different size and morphological complexities with inert material, and then deliver them through this customized bit of equipment that can cover a maximum of 10-15 hectares per day. Now, if we manage to get all the seeds at a similar shape and size and weight, we can maybe then start employing already existing large-scale agricultural equipment and start covering the large-scale landscape scale of restoration and reforestation that is currently needed. That's the end of my talk. I'm not sure if I'll be available to stay for the panel talk, because I'm in a remote part of Australia and my internet connection might drop at any moment. If I am not able to answer your question live, you're welcome to send them at this email address. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you to Kingsley and Simon for that talk, and I'm glad to say that Simon is on the line at the moment, so hopefully he'll still be here by the time we get to the panel session too. Our next speaker is Dr. Sami Carson from the World Agroforestry, ICRAF in Kenya. Sami will be talking about native tree seed supply bottlenecks in African restoration projects.
Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're tuned to from. I'm honored to make this presentation this evening. My name is Sami Carson. I work for ICRAF in Nairobi, where we are actually supporting projects to acquire good quality planting materials for their projects. So for those of you involved in tree growing, you will agree with me that really it is a major challenge to acquire good quality planting material. And today I really wanted to share with you on some of the experiences that we've managed to gather during project implementation within Africa, where we have 2-3 major projects looking at restoration issues. We have the regreening project, where we are covering 8 countries across the Sahel and East Africa. And we have an ecosystem-based adaptation project in the Gambia, looking into how we could integrate indigenous species to help, of course, in livelihoods and environmental benefits for communities. So I just wanted to share a background of the current opportunities and some of the bottlenecks that we've experienced in terms of sourcing native tree species, and some of the issues around ACTA roles in the current systems, but also some of the lessons on acquiring and growing diverse tree species. So a major challenge in, of course, thinking around current issues around climate and environmental issues is around forests, where we actually think the old forests have been replaced in part by, of course, younger forests, but also other land uses. And this is evidence that has been shared very recently from a reference here, McDowell. So quite a number of challenges in terms of the genetic resources that are available, also for regeneration. So we actually asking ourselves, why should we really integrate native species in land restorations? So there's a big opportunity, of course, in terms of biodiversity value. If you think issues around pollinator loss, but also issues around climate adaptation, and some of these species really having very good attributes in terms of climate adaptation, but also socioeconomic issues around local knowledge and mindset change, because we think the loss and removal of these species within landscape has led to, of course, a loss of local knowledge, where communities or generations are completely losing knowledge of these species, but also, of course, relying on a narrow range of species that are not suitable to their landscapes. Of course, there are issues around what we use to restore landscapes. And very recently, you might have seen a publication from Kanansky looking at, of course, a review of past failures of major restoration projects and opportunities, especially like the Great Green Wall, where seed quality issues are major and really affect planting by projects. So there are quality issues that really need to be borne in mind when you're planning, of course, restoration with tree resources. So there are opportunities, of course, for native species and space for them in several projects that are focusing on reforestation, but also looking at degraded areas, especially in Africa, where grazing is a major issue in terms of land, of course, regreening, parkland systems, but also water catchment areas, where we need to restore these systems, of course, in order to support a lot of the environmental provisioning roles. In agroforestry, obviously, there's a big opportunity for these species in multi-story systems in terms of producing major crops, major tree crops, where actually some of them are failing because of pest and disease issues, but also in terms of diversifying a portfolio of products and services that can be obtained from these species. I just wanted to share one experience from the Regreening Africa project that we've documented in Mali at the start of the project, where we actually were mobilizing and sensitizing communities on the value of integrating native species within their farming system in Sikasso and Segu region. There are like 59 nurseries that were established in these areas, and what we realized is actually up to 20 native species were of interest to communities. So there is interest by communities to actually grow and nurture native tree species within their farming landscapes, but also there's of course, a demand for some of the exotics. So there's always a need to strike a balance between community interest for native and some of the exotic species. And the species preference, again, differing, of course, across regions. We see between the two that there is a particular preferences for particular species within these two regions. In terms of bottlenecks, we've recorded quite a number of bottlenecks from our stakeholder reviews and consultations in terms of native species seeds use. And a major one, probably because of past over-reliance on national tree seeds centers, is capacity issues around them being able to provide a broad range of genetic resources. And usually because of limited either funding or institutional capacity in terms of human resources, then it's not possible really to organize wide range collections of multiple species. There are documentation issues in terms of what we supply out there and poor mapping of seed sources. There are also, of course, issues around the seed itself, the seed biology itself, and propagating that seed, and issues, of course, around nursery practices, really being able to propagate those species in the right way to really establish within landscapes. There are issues around poor regulation and policies, and really this sector being being led by informal actors has a lot of issues in terms of policy enforcement issues. Our reviews in terms of looking at the current seed user groups and where they actually source their seeds shows quite interesting trend that a lot of the user group are actually doing own collections of seed, and most of them who are actually acting at communal levels rely on local nurseries to actually supply all the materials they are using. But more importantly also, for the sources of the seeds, which is a major challenge because it is a gray area given the documentation challenges. And what we see is a lot of the suppliers rely on farmlands, but also forests to actually supply what they are doing. So there's very little coming from former or what you'd call quality sources, such as seed orchards, to actually supply the current demand. So further discussions with stakeholders has really reviewed the need to actually improve roles by the major actors within the subsector. And these are government actors, communities, research bodies and NGOs, seed dealers, and the private sector. So there are quite a number of issues in terms of seed source documentation, policy issues, maintenance of seed sources, issues around nursery best practice, gene banking, and issues around, of course, demand and supply that really need a sort of concerted coordination, and also, of course, redefining of flows so that actually the sector can, of course, respond to the current needs by projects. Some of the lessons we've gathered from promoting these species is one of the issues and one of the easy interventions is actually to begin by raising the interest of native species. Like the case for the Mali that I presented, really just the mere fact that the projects are able to raise the appreciation of the species, creating a major demand for these species. But also issues around improving practices, nursery practices to use diverse materials so that they can actually maximize and diversify the stocks they're actually raising. But also projects being able to plan collections from local sources in order to provide materials that's well adapted to environmental conditions, rather than always trying to rely on imported materials. But also improved learning, collection and bulking of materials so that we actually having better practices in terms also of storage and source maintenance. Of course, we're also saying that use of these materials must be combined with the right extension knowledge. And at ICRAF at the moment, we've developed quite a number of resources that could support tree growers and practitioners to actually use native species. So a lot of this is available, like the vegetation maps for Africa, that really looks into determining which species are most suitable for particular forest types. And we also have the Global Tree Knowledge Platform that has been presented during this conference by Roland Kindi. So thank you very much for your attention. I'll stop there.
Well, thanks to Sami for that talk. And our next talk will be given by Dr. Kiros Hagu, also from World Agroforestry, ICRAF, but based in Ethiopia. Kiros's talk is on forest landscape restoration successes and challenges, experiences from provision of adequate tree seed portfolios for projects in Ethiopia.
My name is Kiros Hadgu. I work for World Agroforestry as a country representative in Ethiopia and also as a scientist. I would like to thank the conference organizers for inviting me and my team to present about forest landscape restoration success and challenges, experience from the provision of adequate tree portfolios, PATSPO project in Ethiopia. The contents of my talk will be introduction, challenge in forest landscape restoration, and experiences from some of the promising projects in forest landscape restoration. To talk about briefly about the forest landscape restoration initiatives in Ethiopia. Ethiopia is one of the ambitious countries in Africa, committed to restore about 22 million hectares of degraded forest landscapes within 20 years, starting from 2050 up to 2035, which is part of the country's climate resilient green economy strategy. This strategy goes well with trees and forests, which have important roles to play in the 4 pillars of the strategy, including in crop and livestock, environmental rehabilitation, food and nutritional security, as well as biomass for energy and carbon sequestration. However, there are some challenges limiting the forest landscape restoration in the country, including limited engagement of local communities from the beginning of the restoration discussions. And this in turn limits the choice of the right tree species matching to the right places and uses. It also reduces interests of smallholder farmers and communities to invest time and resources in tree planting. It also reduces their interest in future restoration efforts. Restoration planners are also often focusing on high number of tree seedlings planted instead of quality and diversity of tree and seeds and seedlings, and less focus on post-planting management like watering, composting or fertilizing, and protection from livestock and other interferences. And this leads to low tree seedling survival, and to this also limits to restoration success in the country. Other limiting factors include limited number of seed source sites in the country, which influences or which limits low availability of quality trees and seedlings, trees and seeds, and limited capacity of national tree seed system, lack of tree seed breeding orchards, which are important for seed source improvement and development, and limited skilled seed professionals, inadequate and poor quality tree seed supplies, and lack of tree seed policies, institutions, and incentives in general. But fortunately, there are possibilities for improving forest landscape restoration. Among others, provision of adequate tree seed portfolios is one of the promising projects implemented in Ethiopia by World Agroforestry and Copenhagen University in collaboration with local institutions and communities. Goal of PATSPO is to expand the production and distribution and planting of high quality seeds of desired varieties, many of which are now in short supply in the country. So what are some of the basic questions of PATSPO? How can we most effectively contribute to the landscape restoration agenda in the country? Could the mitigation and livelihood benefits to be enhanced further? Could we double mitigation levels of current planted forests while enhancing adaptation? Could we triple the livelihood benefits at the same time? Could we enhance and protect Ethiopian biodiversity, how to meet the restoration commitment with best possible and available seeds, and what kind of support can we provide. This can be done by the PATSPO outputs, such as providing efficient delivery system by engaging formal, informal, and private sectors, and by enhancing collaborations between international institutions like ICRAF, Copenhagen University, as well as local institutions and communities in the program. The other is modernized tree seed and seedling knowledge and information systems. We developed web-based maps and smartphone apps, which are important for selecting the right trees in the right places for the right uses. The other output is conservation and breeding by mobilizing and building tree genetic resource for the future. Here we can give an example of breeding seed orchards, or to establish for 30 priority species in the country by focusing on indigenous tree species. As an example, here, we established 26 breeding seed orchards in Ethiopia, and the steps include seed collection to seed distribution, BSO site preparation and layout, seedling preparation and labeling, planting and registration, and the establishment of the BSO. Here we give an example of Cordia africana. In addition to this, PATSPO has also been doing in capacity building of the national tree seed sector in Ethiopia by preparing extension and information materials, as well as training materials used for providing trainings, and also by establishing tree seed centers and labs, and also by furnishing them with modern equipments. If I may give some summary of PATSPO achievements, we described and registered more than 100 existing tree seed sources in the country. We established about 26 breeding seed orchards of 13 priority tree species, mostly indigenous. We gave trainings to 25 training courses to more than 400 participants on technical and information aspects of tree seed procurement and improvement. We also trained more than 500 farmers in aspects of tree seed procurement. We organized study tours in the country and abroad for more than 75 participants. We organized 10 seminars on aspects of tree seed and tree improvement for more than 500 participants. And we gave trainings for different trainings. We prepared different training materials, more than 80 training materials, including posters, technical leaflets, technical guidelines, etc. On behalf of my team, I would like to thank you. If you need more information, you can visit project website. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kiros, for that talk. Next up, we're going to hear from Mr. Suluf Rakitoresoa from Kew Madagascar Conservation Centre in Madagascar. Suluf will be talking about deforestation and plant genetic resource conservation through seed banking.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Suluf Rakitoresoa, and I'm working for the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew in Madagascar, locally represented by Kew Madagascar Conservation Centre. I'm coordinating the seed banking program in Madagascar, but apart of that, I'm doing systematic researches on the succulent plants of Madagascar. Today, I'm going to talk about deforestation in Madagascar and plant conservation through seed banking. To start, I would like to give you a brief overview of the biodiversity in Madagascar. Madagascar is famous and well known for the diversity of its ecosystems because almost all types of ecosystem can be found in Madagascar, from dry to humid forest, from low vegetation to high altitude vegetation, from savanna to dense forest and wetland and marine ecosystems. Madagascar is also unique for its fauna and flora, with an exceptional high rate of endemism that many animals and plants in Madagascar are found nowhere else in the world. However, Madagascar is also famous about its high rate of deforestation. Deforestation in Madagascar is not something new. Scientists used to say that forests covered of almost Madagascar before human settlement 2,000 years ago, and 90% of its original forest has been lost since. In Madagascar, the result of deforestation vary depending on the sources, but apparently all results show that since 1950, about 50% of the forest coverage in Madagascar have been lost. There are many factors which cause deforestation in Madagascar, but today I'm just going to talk about the most significant of them. So the first of them is shift in agriculture or slash and burn cultivation, which consists to convert the natural forest into cropland. The main crops are rice in the eastern humid forest and maize and cassava and peanut in the western dry forest. The second major of deforestation in Madagascar, cause of deforestation in Madagascar is firewood and charcoal production. As most people in Madagascar cannot afford gas or electricity, most of people use firewood and charcoal as main energy for cooking. The next cause of deforestation in Madagascar is illegal logging for timber, such ebonies and rosewood, for national and international trade. So every year, tons and tons of logs are illegally exported from Madagascar to other countries, mostly in Asia, mainly in China. Fire is also an important cause of deforestation in Madagascar, because every year fire covers of all over Madagascar. In Madagascar, fire is a principal tool for maintaining pastures, to prepare crop field, and to control pests. So in most cases of deforestation are caused by uncontrolled fire. Even some intentional fire can be seen in a few areas in Madagascar. Finally, mining is also a significant driver to deforestation in Madagascar. It involves individuals, small communities, to big companies such Rio Tinto and Sherritt Corporation, International Corporation. To face this deforestation and to stop biodiversity loss, the French administration established the first protected area in Madagascar at the end of 1927. At that time, 10 strict reserves were established. Nowadays, there are 123 protected areas in Madagascar, representing approximately about 10% of its land surface. However, threats are still existing in many protected areas in Madagascar. So the only efficient way to stop biodiversity loss and to guarantee the survival of plant species in Madagascar, seed banking is the only way for that. So at the end of 2000, one of the biggest plant exotic conservation was launched by the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew in Madagascar. The aim was to collect and to bank 25% of Madagascar flora by 2020. So the program was undertaken in collaboration with the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development, represented by the Silo National de Grain Forestier, which is a national institution. Since the program started in Madagascar, there are 3 big projects existed: the Billion Seed Bank Partnership, People Postcode Lottery, Garfield Western Project, which is focused on tree conservation. Since the program started, about 9,800 seeds collection represented approximately 4,000 plant species have been collected and banked in the seed bank in Madagascar and in UK. One of the important key for this program in Madagascar was the involvement of communities running forests or living in a forested area. The aim was to increase our result, but also to involve communities in conservation action in Madagascar by increasing their income. Finally, our result couldn't be achieved without participation of different NGOs and partners and institutions working in conservation in Madagascar, as well as the Madagascar government. So thanks for all those partners for their good job, like contributing to this program in Madagascar. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening.
Thank you, Saluf, for that presentation. And our final presentation in this session before the question and answer session is from Dr. Kay Havens, based at Chicago Botanic Gardens in the USA. Kay will be talking about sourcing native seed in the United States.
Hi, my name's Kay Havens, and I'm from the Chicago Botanic Garden, and I'll be talking about sourcing native seed in the United States today. In the US, we have a large restoration debt. We have millions of acres of land that need restoration, but we currently don't have the seed sources to restore them properly. So this slide shows just for the Western US, wildfire areas burned in the last several years and weed infestations. And these are the 2 largest drivers of restoration need in our country. The Bureau of Land Management, which is a federal land managing agency, is the largest seed purchaser in the Western Hemisphere. And in a bad fire year, they can purchase up to 7 million pounds of seed a year. Unfortunately, they're not able to get the species or the ecotypes or provenances that they would like. And sometimes they have to resort to using non-native species. Because of this, they developed the National Seed Strategy back in 2015, along with a business plan that looked at how much money it would cost to implement that strategy, and it's about $360 million. And one of the most important parts of the strategy was to do a national assessment to see what seed we need and what is the capacity of the industry to provide that seed. So what's available right now, if we look at the Great Basin here in the Intermountain West, If you went to purchase seed for restoration in the Great Basin, you'd find mostly grasses, mostly cultivars that are selected for forage qualities. Most of the provenances of those cultivars are further north from cooler and wetter areas, which is not what you want under climate change. And you'd find a very limited selection of woody plants and forbs. In the West, restoration is really complicated. One, because it's really large scale. So here's a restoration happening with seed being dropped out of a helicopter after a wildfire. Those wildfires are unpredictable in time and place. And because the terrain is so mountainous, there are very small seed transfer zones. And it's unpredictable how plants, or less predictable, how plants might respond to climate change. In the Midwest and East, we have a little bit of an easier time with smaller scale projects that tend to be very predictable. Usually it's agriculture land coming out of production. We have larger seed transfer zones. And we know that under climate change, plant ranges will shift primarily northeast, which allows us to do some predictive provenancing. When we're restoring tallgrass prairies, which is the ecosystem in my part of the world, the Midwest, we really want diverse prairie. But you can measure diversity a lot of different ways. Species richness, genetic diversity, phylogenetic diversity, so how many branches of the tree of life are represented. Phenological diversity, do we have things that bloom over the entire season? And functional trait diversity, do we have different types of plants? In some work that Becky Barak did for her dissertation, she looked at phylogenetic diversity in tallgrass prairie restorations. And she found that large branches of the tree of life were missing. And some of these aren't terribly surprising. It's lilies and orchids and parasites and hemiparasites. Many of those are really hard to propagate or expensive to produce. So they're just not getting into restorations. And when we look overall, taking all those measures of diversity into account, we find that we're not meeting diversity targets. So if we look at a reference prairie, and then we look at what species can we purchase from the trade, we find that the restoration species pool is about half of the number of species available in remnant prairies. And once those are sown into a restoration, a variety of factors from genetics, biotic factors, abiotic factors, land management, means that even fewer species make it into a restoration, and many are relegated to the dark diversity. And so we're finding that restored prairies are missing big branches of the tree of life. They have restricted bloom seasons. They may not have the functional diversity of remnants. And our restoration practices are really shifting what prairies look like and how they function. And that's just talking at the species level. So if we look a little deeper and look at what provenances are available, the situation gets even worse. And so when we think about where we want to source seed, we can use these provisional seed zones here based on temperature and elevation. But many land managing agencies would prefer to stay even more local. So this is Forest Preserves of Cook County, where I live, and their preferred seed zone is Cook County. They would like to stay as local as possible. So moving on now to this national assessment of seed needs and capacity. It is underway. We have just released our interim report that describes the seed supply chain, how we're going to collect data for our final report, and make some preliminary observations. And with this, I should acknowledge the entire committee and National Academy staff, reviewers, and the Bureau of Land Management who sponsored this study. We will be releasing the final report this fall, probably late September. And the preliminary observations probably won't surprise most of you, but I'd like to just highlight two of them here in bold. One is we can't get what we want, that there's very little overlap between the seed that's available and the seed that's desired for restoration. And this is driven by short time frames, large quantities needed, and narrow preferences about provenance. Secondly, seed choices that are ultimately made don't always support restoration success. And the outcomes, those failures, don't always feed back and inform choices. And so failures are made again and again. So I was musing about what a robust national seed system would like in the US. And I should point out, this is not the product of that committee, the National Academies Committee. Their work is not done. But these are my thoughts about what a seed system could and should look like. So first, we'd like to protect seed reservoirs. We're over-collecting many natural areas, and we need to better permit how much seed comes out of our natural areas. We need to have large areas of our public lands designated as high priority for local provenance, native plant only restoration. We need to have botanists who are making decisions about restoration and communicating their needs to the production sector. In production, I think we need regional seed hubs. Seed is inherently a regional product. It should be collected, grown, and used regionally. And so having a series of hubs across the US would help facilitate this. We should have native focused plant materials centers that do research on how to grow these seeds and serve as liaison with commercial growers. We can recognize that some species will never be profitable and may need to be produced by the government. In terms of use, proactive restorations, green infrastructure, other uses of native seeds will increase demand. If we have better storage, larger quantities of storage for workhorse taxa, we can meet our emergency responses better. Restoration should be iterative in that we don't need to get everything on the ground right away, but if we can get some native species in and then restore others as time goes on. And use every restoration as an experiment so that we can adapt. And then we need to bring in science. We need to have researchers that look at what seed we need, where it should come from, how we can deploy it in ways that minimize loss, and use that data to inform future choices. So with that, I will end and be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to thank all of our panelists for their talks and invite them to put on their videos and join our question and answer session. So hi there, everybody. Thank you so much for being able to come online at this point. I know that's not easy for everybody right now, so thank you. I'm gonna start first with a question for all of you. What is the one thing that you think could most help transform the supply of native seeds for large-scale restoration programs? So shall I put that question first to you, Simon?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you very well. Can you repeat the question briefly?
Of course I can. So what one thing do you think could most help to transform the supply of native seeds for large-scale restoration programs?
So I don't think there's unfortunately an answer that can fit all the situations. It depends which country, it depends which region, it depends the geopolitical, economic situation. So in a place like America, well, we just heard from Kate, like the seed strategy probably already has all of those answers. In countries where like restoration is an alien concept, or the idea of biodiversity or native is not commonly communicated or known by the legislators, that's a all different challenge of communicating and then building from the ground up the entire structure to develop a supply chain. So unfortunately, I don't have a simple answer for this very complicated question.
Yeah, I'm not sure there is a simple answer. Thank you. Sami, maybe I could put that question to you as well.
Thank you, Elena. Like Simon said, I think really we don't have simple answers for this question, but I think if you look at the whole subsector, there are a number of issues, of course, affecting native seed supplies, and we really have to think about the issue of actor roles, especially when we are talking about neglected species, especially like the tree species in Africa, where I was talking about with little commercial value. So what is the role of government? What is the role of communities? What are the roles for research and NGOs, who are actually some of the bigger users? What is the role of nurseries? And we see, of course, nurseries playing a big role with a lot of the materials that is actually disseminated out there. We have very little private sector engagement in the sector, just because the demand and supply issues are very, very poorly understood. As researchers, I think we have one key role in terms of looking at the documentation issues of these species, and especially looking at the sources issues, because a lot of these materials seeds are actually stored on trees that only are available within community areas that are really getting degraded. So there are a number of issues that we can do, and we have to look for those quick wins, but also the longer term barriers that really are affecting development of this subsector.
Thank you, Sami. Kyros has been able to join us. Hello, Kyros. So, Salif, can I put that same question to you?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, can I continue? Yes, thank you very much. I also agree with Sami and the previous speaker. The question is a bit tough, but I would like to say we need to start from the existing indigenous knowledge, traditional knowledge existing in each countries, starting from how do they collect, where do we have seed source.
I think.
And is there a, and we need also to build the capacity of the national systems and the at local level, so that, for example, PATSPO, which I presented on behalf of my team, we are building the capacity of the people, the national system in tree seeds, and we are now having progresses for large-scale restorations, like in Ethiopia, which the government is now doing to restore 22 million hectares in 20 years. So, you know, working with grassroots level, with communities, and strengthening the national system and the tree seed system, be it at national level and at local level, is very important. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you, Kyros. Sorry, Salufa, do you want to also attempt that question?
Yes. I think there aren't much chances for that, even in Madagascar, because when we are talking about native species, it's very limited in terms of population size. But from the experience that I've learned in Madagascar, I thought in the first time about seed orchard, but that is for long-term purpose. But for me, one of the main key for that is working with communities and increasing their capacity building to make sure that you can have high quality of seeds, because that is one of the major issues working with the community, that they can provide you the quantity, but they can't ensure all the time the quality. So that's something that we need to work out. Also, we can network with lots of institutions working managing protected area, but yeah, it's sometimes there are a few engagement of that part manager sometimes, because maybe it's we are not on the same waves when we are talking about the goal of the project that we are undertaking. So I think the main solution is working with the communities.
Yeah, thank you, Salufa. I think communities are key in many areas. Kay, would you also like to answer on that question?
Sure. I think in our country, probably the rate limiting step in the seed supply chain is developing native plant species as crops. So we have a large infrastructure in terms of plant materials centers and ag extension that works on taking a species, figuring out how to bulk it up, and then get that information to farmers and growers who want to produce it for ag species. But we have not utilized that infrastructure for native plant species for restoration. And so I think that's a missed opportunity. We're doing a pretty good job getting foundation seed of many, many native species into the bank, small amounts, but then we have to bulk it up to use for restoration. And that seems to be where we're falling a bit short.
Yeah, I think that is an issue globally. Thank you. So that leads me into some of the more specific questions from our audience for the panelists at the moment. So Simon, I have a question here from Selina Parvin in Bangladesh. They're asking, did you try seed treatment with systematic fungicide for internally seed-borne pathogens when you were coating the seeds? Or if you don't have facilities for seed coatings, do you think it would be possible for treating the seeds with both systemic and contact fungicide for both internal and external pathogens?
No, I haven't tried fungicide treatments. It's an option. It could be used, but at this stage, we've got so many other issues to focus on before we start looking at pathogens, infestations on seed, which is actually getting the seeds. It's one of the main issues, understanding up to treatment, understanding how they perform in the field. So it's not a crop. Like those seeds tend to have already a sort of inherently genetic diversity. They're allowed to resist better to disease and fungi. And we also worried about the eventual effects, the undesired effect of fungicide delivered onto seed when they're put into a restoration scenario in a natural landscape, because they might actually damage some of the microbial community inside. So for now, we're not working on it. If it becomes evident that fungi are a real problem for establishment of plants, we will try to evaluate something. But at this stage, we're not in that space yet.
Thanks, Simon. And I think that comes back to one of the issues really with upscaling native seed supply is just their diversity in shape and form and everything else, which does make these applications of ISTA type rules and bulking up and everything else so much harder. So Sami, we have a couple of questions for you here. One from Liliana Evangelista, which is following on from some talk which has been happening in the chat over the last couple of days about what kind of seed pots do you use on the nursery? What are they made of? And another question from Nandita Singhal, which is asking how the seeds that require pre-treatment managed in nature, did they enlist the help of animals, or what was their scenario? Thanks.
Thank you so much, Elena, and thank you so much for that question. I think I'll go straight to the issue of the pots. The pots is a major challenge, especially when you're needing to mass produce and mass propagate a lot of the materials we need for outplanting. So we still do have a challenge in terms of use of plastic bags, because that's probably for now the most versatile sort of containers that we have, and also most portable within the fields that we are working. It's been very challenging to actually use other containerized systems just because of the cost element of the material, but also in terms of the transport issues around these materials. There are also issues around water use for the containers we actually use. A lot of the containers, especially the biodegradable ones, are not able to actually keep the water for the length of the time, especially for the indigenous species, which can last in a nursery for more than 6 months. So it's very, very difficult to actually maintain those pots within nursery systems. And for now, unfortunately, plastic bags have been widely used for actually propagating a lot of the materials we have, just because of the challenges of cost, but also in terms of the practicability of using other alternative pots. So that will be my short answer for that one. In terms of the pre-treatment, thinking of course of seed dormancy here. A lot of the species we use for now have been the easy to propagate species, and also of course easy to pre-treat with the communities. A lot of them will need a simple pre-treatment like hot water treatment, others just simple scarification. So those have been used a lot with the communities. Of course, there are also other hard-coated seeds that will need to pass through animal systems. Unfortunately, a lot of the communities don't have those resources, and the materials we've provided so far have been supported by the project, and we actually help in that sense, that part of pre-treatment. So that has happened quite a bit to an extent. Of course, we face a lot of challenges in terms of the hard-coated pre-treatment and tools to actually use to propagate some of the difficult to propagate species. And this is also raises actually the issue around exotics and farmers and communities preferring some of the exotics which are very easy to propagate and also with very easy propagation protocols.
Thanks, Sami, that's great. Kiros, we've had a couple of questions in for you as well. Another one from Nandita Singhal, who'd like to learn more about the breeding seed orchards that you mentioned, and also possibly how you store seeds in a central repository, and then also at remote locations prior to use in the nurseries. And a second question from Rosniata Risna, who's asking, do you apply particular prioritizing system of species selection for FLR?
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, the three seed breeding orchards are, to improve availability of seed source, sites, and improved tree seed quality, because of deforestation and low availability of remnant forests in Ethiopia, which is the case also in other African countries. We are establishing these three seed breeding orchards, which are important for improving the quality of the seeds and as well as for creating access to collect seeds in the future. We store seeds. In this three seed breeding orchards, we are doing it together with partners. So we are creating local capacity. Once the project phases out and the national partners and the local partners, the communities can do it by themselves. so that there will be more available quality seeds which can be used for the large-scale restoration programs in Ethiopia and elsewhere. We store seeds in cold stores when they are collected from the seed sources from remote areas. We put them in cold environment, and once they come to the laboratories and to the seed centers, we store them in cold rooms. The other question, can you repeat the second question? Sorry.
Yes, certainly. It was about whether you apply particular prioritization system for species selection for FLR.
Yes, we prioritize the 3 species together with our stakeholders in the country, starting from the low-level communities up to the ministers and researchers. So we prioritize 3 species, in consultation with all relevant stakeholders. So that's why we are now using these priorities for FLR in the country. Thank you.
Thanks, Kyros. So Salufa, I have a couple of questions here. People are interested in learning more about your work with the communities. Abdullah's asking, what problems did you encounter mobilizing community seed collectors? And Mohammed Madni is from Pakistan and is asking, engaging native people is the utmost importance for restoration. How can we motivate them to be an active part of restoration efforts? So really both of those questions coming from the same area, I think. How do you motivate these local communities to be part of your seed collection action?
In Madagascar, working with communities, I would say it's difficult and easy. Easy because, of course, there is kinds of motivation for the activity that they are doing. So every communities get paid for every single seeds collection that they made with us, but for that reason, because in countries like Madagascar, the local communities, their main concern is first of all money. So you have to think about that. So this is the first motivation for them, and then you can go to another reason. But first of all, you have to compensate their amount of time spent with your activities. So for that reason, the problem is that most of the time people are thinking about quantities, not qualities. So they collect seeds, even seeds falling down on the soil from the last years, or sometimes because for us, we say to them not recollected what's the species that they have already collected before. So there are the kinds of things that they used to do, like collecting seeds and put the voucher with different trees to increase the number of collection that they collected. And then also, before starting the project with community, we did kinds of capacity buildings for collecting data, seed collecting techniques and everything. But I think in Madagascar, in the country site place, there is most of people in the area are illeterates, so the capacity of receiving your instruction is not always evident, obvious. That is a big problem all the time. So you are talking about motivation. That's the second question. So the motivation is, yes.
Oh, I might just have to stop you there, Saluf. I'm really sorry to not get onto the motivation, but I just want to save a little bit of time at the end of this session for a question to Kay. So apologies for stopping you there, but we can have a chance to pick up on that point in the chat. Thank you. So Kay, there's been a couple of questions coming for you just quickly at the end because we're out of time already, but I'm going to run over. So how do you think botanical gardens growing well-documented wild plants in their living collections can contribute to enhanced seed diversity for restoration programs? And that's from Barbara Ditch in Germany. We have another question looking at how would you define a regional seed hub as well?
Yeah, certainly botanical gardens play a role. We do an awful lot of seed collection, although most of that is from the wild, not from our own collections. The specimens we have in our living collections tend to be, we tend not to have very large collections, so we don't have a lot of genetic diversity. And so for us, at least, better to go to the wild to do those collections than draw on our own individuals in botanic gardens. What was the second question again?
Okay, it was how would you define a regional seed hub?
So we're looking at probably the need for 8 to 10 in the United States. So for us, we work mostly in the upper Midwest. It's fairly contiguous, a lot of tall grass prairie, some woodlands, and the flora is pretty similar across that region. So, you know, multi-state hubs, but focusing on a regional flora.
Thanks, Kay. So I just really like to thank everybody on the panel for their participation, for their wonderful presentations, and also for joining in this Q&A session. I'd like to invite you all to stay on the line so that we can be answering some of the remaining questions in the chat, because there's some really great questions which are posed to all panelists there, which it would be really nice to pick up on. So thank you for doing that. The next session will be the conclusion of the conference and the debate on the conference declaration. That's going to be starting at 3:45 UK time, so in just over 20 minutes. But at the start of the break, we'll be showing a short film on Kew's Millennium Seed Bank. So thank you very much to everybody.
Welcome to Kew's Millennium Seed Bank here at Wakehurst in the West Sussex countryside. I'm Dr. Eleanor Bremen. I'm the Senior Research Leader in Seed Conservation here. In the building behind me, we have seeds from all across the world, and we're storing them to prevent them going extinct in the wild. So the team that I manage actually works in partnership with scientists and botanists across the globe who are all passionate about conserving plant diversity. And that's why they're collecting it in country and sending part of it to us to store here for longevity. Let me take you inside for a closer look. We're now in the public area of the Millennium Seed Bank, and this is where our visitors have been coming to find out about the work that we do and learn about plant conservation for the past 20 years. So when the seed arrives here, it goes on a journey round the building. We dry it down, clean it, seal it in an airtight container, and then we're freezing them at -20 degrees. And that's all going to help increase their lifespan in storage. The Millennium Seed Bank's currently closed to visitors, but there's still a lot of work happening here. Our scientists are working from home and our partners are still getting out to the field where they're able to, which is just amazing. And there's just one more place that I want you to see, and it's somewhere that the public don't get to visit. Let's go down to our seed vaults. So we're down at one of my favourite parts of the building, and the reason it's my favourite is because it's the most biodiverse place on the planet. And you can hear that it's a bit noisier than where we were before, and that's because there's a lot of machinery here keeping this place at the ideal temperature conditions to keep these seeds safe for future generations. We've got 41,000 species stored in this seed vault, which is incredible. This is the work of the last 20 years, and it now means that those species are secure, safe for future generations, for agriculture, for forestry, for medicines, for whatever other uses we may discover these plants have. None of this would have been possible without working with our partners all over the world, and we've had numerous projects with them, from one-on-one to global in scale. We've had our Crop Wild Relative project, we've banked the world's trees, we've looked at endangered and endemic species, and their seeds are all held here. What I want to do is give you the chance to see something that not many other people get to see. So let's have a look inside for a sneak peek. So this is one of 6 cold rooms that we have here, and this is where the seeds are stored. In all of those glass jars, there's seeds from all over the world, and we're keeping them safe here. But I can't let you inside for any longer because we have to keep this at -20 for their safety.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the final session of our conference. Our job over the next hour or so is to wrap this wonderful conference up and come up with some draft conclusions through a declaration. So the way it will run is I'm going to do a summing up of today's talks and discussions. We'll then move on to a declaration where you'll be invited to make comments and hopefully contribute to that. I'll also have some help from panelists, and then we'll finish with some final messages from the director of Kew and a minister from DEFRA. Well, I've had a number of emails coming in from outside the Botanic Garden community over the last couple of days, expressing surprise and even delight at the breadth and depth of technical knowledge that's been showcased during this conference. And of course, one of the impediments to biodiversity-friendly land use interventions mentioned by Carlos Manuel Rodriguez in the funders session was institutional failure, specifically the outdated approach of working in silos that create competition and inefficiencies between agriculturalists, foresters, conservationists, and others working in the same landscapes. And I think this is still a problem in our sector. We have around 60,000 botanists, horticulturists, and educators in our network, but we have a credibility problem. The words garden, botanist, and horticulturist come with preconceptions about who we are and what we do. Botanists work in dusty herbaria, and horticulturists tend gardens. The reality is very, very different. The global strategy for plant conservation, which was the first target-driven and arguably the most successful work program to date under the Convention on Biological Diversity, is nearly 20 years old now, and it emanated from our sector. And we have been busy in all of that time. We have an abundance of data, skills, and knowledge, which is being applied to real-world problems, especially the loss of biodiversity. Botanic gardens and arboritas sit between research and practice. We have excellent research capability, but we also have people who can grow plants. A third of all known plant diversity is grown in the world's botanic gardens, and over 40% of threatened plants are in our seed banks and living collections. The days are long gone when we sat behind our walls and waited for the world to come to us. And my organization, BGCI, recognizes this through its conservation practitioner and advanced conservation practitioner accreditations given to organizations that go above and beyond. So I do hope that if you take one thing from this conference, it is that we are ready and willing to work with you and that we have a huge amount to contribute. And today in particular, I think those contributions have been clear for all of us to see. In our first session, which focused on new technologies, we heard about drone seeding, we heard about allelopathic weed control, artificial intelligence used for species recognition, integrated databases for species and site selection, thermal imagery, audio recognition for monitoring wildlife, automated recognition of forest degradation, regeneration, restoration. We heard about ICRAF C4's Global Tree Knowledge Platform, which includes tree databases, apps and maps, guidelines, and analysis packages. We also heard about a wide range of databases, tools, training materials, and training opportunities available through the Botanic Garden and agroforestry community. What I hope is especially clear from this session is that we are working already in a multidisciplinary way that helps to break down these old barriers. Roland Kint from ICRAF made a very good point too, and that is that not all knowledge can be captured in databases. We need people and younger generations to gather and use their knowledge, particularly field knowledge. And there was a short discussion also on the role of citizen science in data gathering and sharing. In this afternoon's session, we looked in detail at seed supply chains for a diverse range of species. This is a key bottleneck when it comes to native species in particular. Principles and standards were discussed, including seed origin, provenance, genetic diversity, quality certification, and so on. We had some interesting presentations on new methodologies, including X-raying, seed priming, And we heard from ICRAF firsthand about problems with high quality native seed supply in Africa, including the need to increase demand to stimulate supply, improve seed storage practices, and support farmers with managing the trees once they're in the ground. We also heard about the Patspo project in Ethiopia, which I had the pleasure of going to see myself before the COVID madness struck last year, which aims to broaden the portfolio of high quality seeds available for forest landscape restoration in Ethiopia to meet that country's enormous commitment to reforest 22 million hectares over the next 20 years. In Madagascar, where deforestation is outstripping restoration and conservation efforts, we heard from Solufu Rakutuarezoa about the efforts made by the Millennium Seed Bank Partnership to collect and store native seed while it is still available, a desperate race against time in a country with 90% endemism in its plant diversity and over 14,000 plant species. Finally, we heard from Kay Havens about the National Native Seed Strategy in the US, the only country in the world that I'm aware of that has such a thing. But the problems that they have identified there around seed availability, only about 50% of native species available, even with a multi-million-dollar native seed industry. And at the provenance level, that situation even more dire. The national assessment, which is currently underway, will hopefully help to identify these problems and come up with some solutions. And Kay gave us an insight into some of those. So once again, a super interesting day. And our job now is to turn that into something that we can take forward, a declaration. But before we do that, I would like to just run, if I may, the first of two polls that we're going to carry out. We're going to try this using the Zoom poll tool. And I'd be grateful if those of you who are participating could answer the questions which should appear on your screen. But if you can operate that, that would be great. You're still voting. We've got 66% voted so far. Good, thanks, Budge. That's great. Can we have the second question? There it is. Thank you. As you can see, we got lots of conservationists, lots of scientists, foresters, not enough financiers and policymakers. We need more of you, but thank you, those of you who are with us. Right, thanks, Butch. We'll stop sharing that if we may. And if you can enable me to share my screen, I'm going to bring up our draft declaration. Right, I've still got the poll showing on my screen. I don't know if we're able to remove that. Right, I'm going to press on with the conference declaration. That's better. Right, so I'll explain the process when we come to the end of this, but I'm going to read it out because there will be people who have impaired vision, I'm sure, who are listening to this on audio as well. So bear with me while I do that. And then I'm going to open up for some comments with and introduce a couple of our panelists. And as usual, we will ask you to put in your comments and questions via the chat, hopefully sticking, please, to the guidelines around how we use chat. So let me make a start with the conference declaration. I should say this has been put together over the last couple of days based on the discussions that we've had. And I hope it reflects those. There will be the opportunity for you to feed into this process. This is just a draft over the next couple of months, actually. So this is by no means the final version. So this conference on deforestation for biodiversity, carbon capture and livelihoods was held online on the 24th to the 26th of February, hosted by the Royal Botanic Gardens Kew and Botanic Gardens Conservation International, and was attended by X number of participants, we'll fill those in, representing a wide range of institutions, organizations, practitioners, policymakers, funders, businesses, NGOs, and researchers from, I think, a very large number of countries. Again, we will fill in the figures. During the conference, participants reviewed and discussed examples of the successes and challenges of large-scale reforestation and considered future approaches that incorporate biodiversity conservation concerns. The declaration below is based on a synthesis of the conclusions reached in these discussions, and it is supported by evidence presented in a published review on 10 golden rules for reforestation to optimize carbon sequestration, biodiversity recovery, and livelihoods benefits. We, the undersigned, express our concern at the large-scale planting of monocultures of exotic tree species in many parts of the world that is having detrimental impacts on native biodiversity and ecosystem services. We acknowledge the need for commercial plantations to meet humanity's needs for fiber and timber, but recognize that they frequently have mixed efficacy with regard to sequestering carbon and boosting or supporting local livelihoods. We propose that livelihood native forests, reflecting the functions and diversity of native forest, but prioritizing economic species, can provide many of the above benefits while offering diverse, sustainable, and resilient livelihood opportunities. We recognize the importance of agroforestry as an alternative to intensive agriculture, which brings benefits in terms of carbon sequestration, soil structure, and fertility, tree products, and other ecosystem services. And we consider that restoration and long-term protection of natural forest ecosystems is the most effective way to maximize carbon sequestration, other ecosystem services, and biodiversity recovery. Specifically, we request that policymakers, financiers, and practitioners in countries that have made pledges relating to nationally determined contributions under the Climate Convention and to forest landscape restoration, nature-based solutions, and voluntary emission reduction schemes, pledge to adhere to principles that safeguard biodiversity, including to conserve remaining natural forests, restore degraded natural forest ecosystems, promote the natural regeneration of forests in suitable areas, and to select tree species and planting materials that maximize biodiversity, are resilient, and can adapt to a changing climate. They work with local and indigenous people to ensure that their interests are prioritized and that their human land tenure and access rights are respected, and that they steward what is restored, ensuring establishment, monitoring of results, and adapting as necessary. Secondly, we request that restoration be considered as an activity for climate mitigation in addition to direct reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. It should not replace the imperative to transition off fossil fuels. We request that all participants in restoration, but especially the Climate Convention, the Desertification Convention, and the Convention on Biological Diversity, work together to ensure that incentives and subsidies that promote practices that are harmful to native biodiversity are eliminated, including those that support afforestation, forest landscape restoration, and carbon sequestration. Furthermore, we call for the development and application of positive incentives that promote the conservation and sustainable use of native biodiversity within restoration programs. And finally, specifically, we request that policymakers and practitioners of large-scale reforestation programs partner with the botanical, forestry, and wider scientific communities and holders of traditional knowledge to develop guidelines, planning tools, methodologies, directories of expertise, training, and other resources to facilitate natural regeneration of forests and/or the selection and planting of diverse native tree species where tree planting is required. So this is the process. We have the draft declaration developed today based on the discussions over the last 3 days. I'm presenting that now in the closing session. And we will modify that based on the feedback that we get today and post that online on the Reforestation conference website. And that will be open for further comments until the end of March. You can also email us on the reforestation@q.org email address. That draft declaration version 2 will be modified based on the comments received, hopefully to produce a final declaration by the end of April. And that will be posted online and also sent to you. And your signatures will be invited by the end of May. The Journal Plants, People and Planet have offered to publish the declaration in its final form. Thank you. I'm going to stop sharing here. And if I can please ask Budge, if we could just quickly, actually let me first introduce my fellow panelists, and then we'll run the second poll while people are thinking about questions and comments. Dr. Cathy McKinnon from IUCN, can you please open up your video and unmute yourself? And also, Dr. Manuel, if you can do the same, that would be great.
Hi, Paul. Good afternoon.
Hi, Cathy. So Dr. Cathy McKinnon, as I said, is from the International Union for the Conservation of Nature. Cathy, maybe you'd like to introduce yourself.
Yes, well, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm a board member of BGCI, but I'm here in my capacity as the chair of the IUCN World Commission on Protected Areas, which is one of IUCN's 6 commissions. And I must say this topic is very, very relevant to us because, of course, we want to protect natural forests, but we also want to connect and restore areas that have been degraded. So thank you very much for this, and also for the 10 principles, the 10 golden rules.
Thanks, Kathy. And Dr. Guariguata, thank you for joining us as well. Maybe you could introduce yourself to everybody. That would be great. And also any first comments that you might have on the conference. I know you've been with us right from the beginning. Would be welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, and hello, everyone. My name is Manuel Guariguata. I'm a principal scientist working at the Center for International Forestry Research, CIFOR, and World Agroforestry, ICRAF. I'm based in Lima, Peru, and I'm a forest ecologist slash forester by training, and I've been working on management and restoration of natural and planted forests for many, many years. I'm a researcher by nature, but I'm becoming more and more involved in assessing and distilling what impedes successful implementation of restoration in its broadest sense. So I've been leaning more and more towards the policy, normative, regulatory aspect as it stands. And I'm happy to be here and enjoyed the conference very much. And the draft declaration, it's very good in my view, and I'll make a few comments when the time comes. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. You'll certainly be given the opportunity to do that. We're going to run a second poll now to see really just some opinions which are out there. And I should mention that people who are watching this on YouTube, you won't be able to see the Zoom poll, I'm afraid, but for those who are watching on Zoom, they'll be able to participate in that. If I can ask you, Baj, to run that, thank you. And the next question, please. Thank you. And our next question. This one takes a bit more thinking about, perhaps. Interesting results there. Good to see public opinion coming up there as well. We probably sometimes forget that 750 million people visit botanic gardens and arboreta each year. So there is a great opportunity to influence public opinion, but particularly the practical work there, provision of capacity building and training and so on. Next question. This one's taking some thinking about. Thank you. I think that's probably the end of our questions, and that's very, very useful. What we're seeing, sorry, out of this last question was what came out. Apparently, you can't see them. I can see the results, and we will share those with you ultimately. But the top vote here was how to select the best reforestation approach in a particular area. Natural regeneration, tree planting, enrichment planting, applied nucleation, etc. And second was cross-sectoral participation and collaboration, which I really do hope that this conference has helped us to achieve. Right, we've got some comments and questions coming in, but I'd like to start with our panel members. Manuel, do you have any specific comments or questions about the declaration?
Yeah, a couple of comments, and basically this has been emphasized throughout the conference, but not to overlook the issue that any land use decision involves trade-offs. And if the aim is to conserve biodiversity, and in the same landscape, there's another goal of highly productive tree plantations, for example, some sort of negotiation, multi-stakeholder dialogue, policy dialogue will be essential. So we should not, we should have that always in mind, that trade-offs will be inevitable, that society will keep, demanding fiber and food and wood from planted forests, which are more efficient than natural forest management. So those kinds of issues should be at the heart of these declaration, probably not in a formally explicit manner, but acknowledging that someone will lose and someone will win, and it all depends to a large extent on cross-sectoral dialogue and multi-stakeholder approaches to natural resource management. And I think the elements in this declaration are there, but probably something that tries to amalgamate and make more explicit that there are trade-offs involved in most decisions regarding reforestation, and that includes of course conservation of natural habitat. So a landscape approach, an integrative approach, which is not terribly new, should always be kept in mind. And another point is that restoration and natural resource management is inherently a long-term endeavor, and learning how to adapt and how to reflect on uncertainty, it's key. And that's one topic that probably I've been into the academic dimension, but our foresters, and largely in developing countries, we're not really trained to manage uncertainty. Okay, so we tend to see things in a very linear fashion, and that type of training that also involves society at large, it's essential for these to happen in a meaningful way. So cross-sectoral collaboration, acknowledgement of trade-offs, and also something that is very important is the role of citizen science and public opinion. You tend to see very polarized views on planted forests, for example, green deserts. If they're managed badly, of course, okay, but the issue is how exactly we can insert highly productive systems, and the demand for timber from planted forests, it's going to increase over time. I mean, that's a fact. So we really need to work together on how to insert multiple land use forestry systems in a landscape approach, which is not easy. It's cross-sectoral collaboration involves a lot of effort, and most of the time it doesn't really work. But we should be really putting those thoughts into the declaration in one way or the other. So I'll stop here. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Really good points. And yes, the older I get, the more I realize that life is not black and white. We can't say plantation's bad, natural forests good. And after all, you are talking to the Botanic Garden community. It's fair to say that we know quite a lot about exotics. We grow those in our own gardens. Of course, a multi-stakeholder approach in landscapes is a sensible way to go. I guess the one caveat would be that this conference has come from the biodiversity community, and so we are going to always come with that view, and that's appropriate. It's important that we have champions for biodiversity who are also part of this discussion, but we do that in an open-hearted way, and wanting to work much more closely with colleagues in forestry, plantation forestry, and agroforestry, and so on. And as for adaptation and thinking in a non-linear way, well, we're all going to have to get better at that, I think, with climate change and so on, develop the tools that we need, adapt far more rapidly than we have done in the past. Otherwise, we're all in trouble. Kathy, can I ask you for some comments as well? Thank you.
So thanks, Paul. I think you've done a pretty good job of pulling together some of the most important points. I want to go back again, though, to the 10 golden rules. Speaking as a conservation, from a conservation point of view, I would actually like to see that you put the long-term protection of forests and restoration earlier. And I think somewhere it would be useful to say, while we welcome all of these commitments to reforestation, we need to emphasize that it's done in the right way, in the right places. Because I think a lot of policymakers, including our own Prime Minister in the UK, think that by committing to plant a lot of trees, they're actually really doing their bit for climate change and for biodiversity. And this comes back to Carlos Manuel's point about separation between sectors. I mean, even here we're seeing the Forestry Commission planting trees in a wetland habitat. And I don't think it's done out of badness. It's really because people just don't understand the trade-offs, which is what Manuel is talking about. I also think as part of the trade-offs, we need to emphasize where we're going for long-term benefits as opposed to short-term benefits, and how we can secure those, who wins and who loses. Because as we go forward, post-2020, we're going to see far more emphasis on restoration because of the UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration, but also probably as targets within the new Global Biodiversity Framework. And the Global Biodiversity Framework will also be looking at increasing areas under protection. And that will be under a range of governance and management regimes that are already delivering effective conservation. And then we need to understand why. What support do we have to give? I think you've touched on all of these things, but it might be good to amplify them. So as I said, the conservation community really welcomes these 10 golden rules. I can tell you I got a lot of positive responses from sharing it within WCPA. But we are seeing nature-based solutions really being pushed now for climate change and to address biodiversity loss. And it's critical that we really define what truly are nature-based solutions that really integrate biodiversity as well as some of these other values. So thank you for inviting me to speak.
Thanks, Kathy, and some good points there, including long-term thinking. I have also had quite a lot to do with ministries of environment over my career, and this getting some long-term thinking in is really quite critical. Otherwise, we find ministers dealing with new pests and diseases one year and then standing in floodwaters the next year as we lurch from one crisis to another without addressing it holistically. Both of those symptoms of a changing climate. Right, let me read out some questions that we've got through the Q&A. We have a suggestion from the Frank Linier Foundation here, one of our sponsors, that we should add a reference in there to threatened tree species and the need to restore their populations. Those of you who were in on that funders panel discussion will remember Jean-Christophe saying that this is something that cannot be ignored, that it is so urgent now that with all of the tree planting going on, surely there is room for us to bring in threatened species as well. We would certainly heartily agree with that. Robin Chasden has said, within the declaration, I suggest you specifically mention the New York Declaration on Forests and the Bonn Challenge among international commitments. And in fact, yes, we had, I think probably that we've got the multilateral conventions in there, but it would be worth getting more specific there. We have a question here around from CRE saying, declaration sounds great. How do you envisage it being used? Well, I'm going to put you guys back on the spot with that. And Manuel, I'm going to ask you first, how do you think, if we got a declaration out here, how could it be most useful? And how could we ensure that people, I mean, there are so many declarations these days and such a lot of noise around these issues. Any ideas about how we might make this as effective as and impactful as possible?
My short answer would be to distill it to different audiences and make sure that we cater civil society, we cater researchers, we cater decision makers. I'm not saying that the language should be changed, but probably the format and the format for delivery could be tailored to specific audiences, reflecting the breadth of actors that are involved in restoration. That would be one way for me to for these measures to penetrate as much as possible different sectors of society.
Thank you. And we also actually have a suggestion from the floor saying that we should also be producing this in multiple languages, which would also enable it to reach much wider audiences. Kathy, anything to add to that or ideas?
Well, I think you're already intending to feed it into some of the convention processes, but I would also be very inclined to approach people like the World Bank, UNDP, the big multilateral development banks who are paying for some of these activities. And also, I would enlist more support from Carlos Manuel Rodriguez as CEO of the GEF, because the GEF will be supporting a lot of nature-based work going forward. This fits exactly within their remit. And this will be grant funding to help promote some good practice. I think you already have an intention to produce best practice guidelines. I also think it's really important. In the paper, I think you can expand on the declaration, but in getting the message out, these very simple headlines are really very effective. And Q did a brilliant job on that with the 10 golden rules. So you can see how effective that was and how it got picked up.
Yes, and in fact, we've one of the gratifying things about the paper has been the number of practitioners and networks that have got in touch with us since that paper was published and saying, you know, we love the way this is distilled into a single paper, and it epitomizes many of our own principles, but we will use this as a reference. And it's really great to see that being used by practitioners. We have a few more comments here from various people saying right tree, right place, also right purpose. And that's, I know, ICRAF's mantra. So it's actually the 3 rights there: tree, place, and purpose. Chris Birkinshaw from Missouri Botanical Garden says, and right care. So that means looking after it. And Eamon Coyne says, and right time. Of course, timing is important too. We have a question from Kenneth Hill about genetic modification not being mentioned. Your thoughts, please, on that. And this is something obviously that falls into the category of plantation forestry and production forestry and so on, breeding seed orchards. It depends to what extent, you know, in your definition of genetic modification. Those already are very much part, of course, of agroforestry systems, improved plus trees and selected varieties and so on. And, you know, for the scientists amongst us, you know, genetic modification, I suppose, is something that's been going on for thousands of years in the way that we select trees. And that's likely to obviously continue to be part of our armory. If you're talking about I suppose transgenetic modification techniques, that's more controversial in some places and will vary from country to country. But of course is widely used in forestry and in agriculture already. So I've mentioned it, but I've not given any conclusions on that. So Chris Cunningham has said, have you any plans towards making the declaration child-friendly? Well, that's a good point. I think, again, this is something potentially that lends itself to Botanic Gardens, and that's the public engagement component that came out of our survey. And I will ask Budge to share the results with you in a second for all of the questions. And that is that we are, of course, host to tens of millions of school children each year come through Botanic Gardens, and we have that opportunity to be talking about that. And Kate Hardwick has just reminded me in the chat that the Beano comic, for those of you who know the Beano, has already published the 10 golden rules in a child-friendly format. So that's certainly an opportunity for us. I'm going to mention just one more comment, and that's from Quentin Luke in Kenya, who reminds us that although this is well understood by most of the participants, the crucial message that needs to get through to the general public and governments is that trees do not make a forest. And that's certainly been a theme which has run right the way through this conference, that we're trying to create something that is greater than the sum of its parts. It's not just about planting individual trees and hoping that that's all going to work out. Right, we're running out of time because we've got a couple of presentations still to go, and we're going to hear from Richard Deverell, the director of Q, who will close the meeting for us. But if I can ask you, Budge, operator, to share with everybody the results of the polls. Can people see those? So what type of organization do you represent? Academics just about come out on top. We've got a lot of NGOs and charities, a lot of government people, and a lot of private individuals. And we've said all along that civil society is really interested in these issues. Next one, Budge. What type of organization do you, what is your area of work expertise? A lot of conservationists there, scientists, people working in forestry and agroforestry, and as I mentioned earlier, fewer people working in finance and policy, but those of you that are with us, and media, business, social science are very welcome. The next one. Do you agree that too many large-scale reforestation initiatives fail to prioritize biodiversity conservation compared with carbon storage and production? Most people agree with that. A lot of people strongly agree. Quite a lot of people neither agree nor disagree, and a few people disagree, and one person strongly disagrees with that statement. Do you agree that too many large-scale reforestation, do you agree that botanical and wider scientific communities, agroforesters, and holders of traditional knowledge should collaborate more closely to support large-scale reforestation efforts? Most people strongly agree or agree. A few people on the fence, and a couple of people disagree with that. And how do you think the botanical and wider scientific communities, agroforesters, and holders of traditional knowledge can make the biggest impact on large-scale reforestation efforts? One that comes out top is provision of training and capacity building, informing and influencing public opinion, provision of data tools and information, further research, provision of material, and then a few others in there. So no major surprises there, and very much the theme of this conference. And then which areas of reforestation do you think most require further research? This is for all the researchers who are out there. And the one that comes out top is how to select the best reforestation approach in a particular area. Quite a lot on how to propagate native species and what to plant, how to make reforested areas resilient to climate change. And by the way, we do have some brilliant tools coming through on that are taking the climate change scenario predictions and then using botanic garden data as well as wild distribution data to predict resilience for all of the world's tree species. So there'll be more on that soon. And then great to see more cross-sectoral participation and collaboration. Good, I think, have we got any more? Are there any more questions, or was that the last one? I think that was the last. Good, okay, well, and thank you for your questions which have come through the chat. We will continue to collate those and we will feed those in. You'll also, as I say, be able to feed into the next iterations of the declaration by email and on the website. My next job is to introduce our next speaker. And I'd like to thank, before I do that, my co-panelists, Manuel and Kathy. Thank you for your insights, very helpful and greatly appreciated. But our next speaker is Andrea Ledwood, who's the International Biodiversity and Climate Director at the Department for Environment, Food and Rural Affairs in the UK government. Please play the tape.
I'm Andrea Ledwood. I'm the Director for International Biodiversity and Climate at DEFRA, and it's my privilege to join you today. So thank you for very much inviting me to the closing session, and I'm very sorry I wasn't able to join you live. But I have been following the very interesting discussions today. There is no doubt 2021 is going to be a very crucial year for biodiversity and climate. It's also the start of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. And this 3-day event hosted by Q and all your fantastic contributions will be incredibly important to further our understanding of what works in restoration. What does good restoration look like? And how do we ensure that this evidence is used to deliver successful tree planting initiatives across the globe? But we need to get it right. Under the Bonn Dialogue, the international community is committed to restore 150 million hectares by 2020 and 350 million hectares by 2030. We need to ensure that every tree and plant delivers for people, nature, and biodiversity. We know that when done well, reforestation and restoration have huge potential to contribute to climate mitigation, to protect biodiversity and support healthy and resilient ecosystems and transform the lives of the world's poorest people. We also know that it makes economic sense. Nature-based solutions, such as protecting and restoring forests, offer a cheaper and more effective solution to climate change, with the potential to bring green jobs and economic development. Nature underpins our economies, and ecosystem services worldwide are valued at about $125 trillion each year. Every dollar invested in restoration has the potential to generate an estimated $7 to $30 return in benefits. This is the stark message of the UK government's landmark Dasgupta review, released last week. Action taken to protect nature now is far cheaper than inaction. A delay of even 10 years is likely to double the social and economic costs of intervention. However, we know that planting trees is not a quick or easy fix to the enormous challenges we face. The way we use our land is responsible for 23% of global greenhouse gas emissions, and forests are disappearing at an alarming rate, an average of 10 million hectares per year. Agriculture alone drives 80% of global deforestation, and many tropical forests have already been degraded beyond repair or are at risk of tipping points. 1 million species are threatened with extinction. We have failed to recognise the staggering value of forests. Instead, our markets, institutions and the systems that support them have incentivised their destruction. We need bold action to reverse this trend. We need incentives that make it easier and more profitable to protect standing forests and to restore degraded ones. We need to transform the global food system so that producer and consumer countries are incentivised to source their produce sustainably. And across every sector, we need incentives to drive low carbon alternatives. We also need to ensure that forest communities have a greater say in forest management, as well as valuing and paying for the products and services they provide. This means Indigenous communities, as well as particularly the women who often are at the front line of engaging and protecting and restoring the natural environment. Without these changes, we will fail to meet international targets to reverse natural forest loss by 2030, as endorsed by the New York Declaration on Forests and the Bond Challenge. However, we know there's been a shift. The COVID-19 crisis has made governments and their citizens aware of the fragility of our society and the need to build back better with more resilient, equitable and green economies. With the global momentum of the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, the CBD, G7 and the COP26, there is a huge opportunity this year to put nature at the heart of the multilateral agenda. Post-COVID-19, we must move towards a greener, more sustainable future. So what is the UK government's response? Well, it's reassuring to see that under Kew's 10 golden rules for restoring forests, we're moving in the right direction. Firstly, we are committed to protecting and restoring the world's forests, including our own. We recognise that in order to be taken seriously, we must show greater ambition at home. We have committed to protect 30% of our land and sea by 2030. This includes £640 million, which will be invested through the Nature for Climate Fund to protect, restore and expand habitats like woodlands and peat bogs and plant 30,000 hectares of trees per year across the UK by 2025. The Green Recovery Challenge Fund will invest £80 million to kickstart a programme of nature-based solutions and create and retain jobs in the conservation sector. We are also taking action to clean up our supply chains. We now have legislation in place requiring that businesses source products from sustainable sources, ensuring that the everyday products that we buy are not driving deforestation and causing unnecessary harm to trees, wildlife or people. Through our international climate finance, the UK is putting communities at the heart of protection and restoration efforts. In Madagascar and Indonesia, our Blue Forest project is supporting communities in preserving and restoring over 180,000 hectares of mangrove forests through sustainable fisheries management. By generating an income through fisheries and other alternative livelihoods, communities have understood the important role that sustainable mangrove management plays in creating sustainable wood fuel, increasing community resilience, and creating an environment where healthy fish stocks can flourish. In Brazil, our rural project is supporting small and medium-scale farmers in the Caatinga and Cerrado in restoring deforested and degraded land and take up sustainable farming practices. By providing farmers with access to rural credit and training in low-carbon agriculture, the project aims to reduce greenhouse gases by 28 million tonnes through avoided deforestation. We know that there is more to do, and we know the stakes are very high. This year, we are determined to drive ambition and commitment to nature through the Leaders' Pledge for Nature, the 30 by 30 campaign, and to build on our successful GNU Pledge that has delivered $5 billion worth of forest activities by 2020. As part of our presidency of the COP26, we're building a global alliance of countries committed to making the protection and restoration of forests globally a priority. We want to see more action taken to protect intact forests, which store the equivalent of 10 years' worth of human-caused greenhouse gas emissions. We want to increase the number of protected areas, help communities clarify land and resource rights, and protect Indigenous territories and communal lands on whom we depend to keep our forests healthy. This means asking countries to put more money on the table. The Prime Minister recently committed to double our ICF contribution to £11.6 billion between 2021 and 2026, with £3 billion committed to focus on nature and promoting nature-based solutions. We want to see more donors, governments, businesses, civil society and Indigenous groups working together to create successful partnerships for nature. This could mean piloting innovative models for nature-based solutions or testing new markets for financing forests, as well as integrating nature into new and existing ODA commitments. And we want to see women and gender right at the heart of all our programming. But more importantly, the UK government wants to bring consumer and producer countries together to address the market drivers of deforestation. The message needs to be clear that by putting nature first, economies and global trade will not suffer. Indeed, to quote Professor Dasgupta, "We are all part of nature. We are not separate from it. Without nature, we cannot thrive." It is a huge task and we are prepared for the challenge. I know many of you here today are helping us with our COP26 preparations, and we look forward to collaborating with many more of you to ensure that we are successful in the year ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. That's really encouraging to hear that from government. It's now my great pleasure to hand over to our last speaker, Richard Deverell, Director of Kew, member of BGCI's International Advisory Council, who's going to close the meeting for us. Richard.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm speaking to you direct from Kew Gardens. It's a beautiful afternoon here. I think spring has started today. May I start by thanking some people without whom this conference would not have happened. Let me just put up this slide. I'd like to thank our sponsors, in particular our headline sponsor, Sky Zero, as I say, without whom this conference simply wouldn't have happened, but also our supporting sponsor, the Frank Linnear Foundation, and our collaborating partners, C4 ICRAF. But I would also like to thank the conference management team. They've done an amazing job. Kate, Mimi, Jess, and Alice, thank you very much for everything you've done, and the steering committee. I'd also like to thank everyone who's contributed, the presentations, the speeches, the technical team. I won't read out all of those names, but you can see many, many people from many organizations have been involved, and I think they've done a brilliant job. So thank you, everyone. Hopefully, my sharing has now finished and you've come back to me. I'd also like to thank all of you, our participants. It's been mentioned before, we have 4,400 people registered for this conference. That's remarkable. Thank you for your ideas, your energy, your spirit of collaboration, and your commitment. We have here at this conference an extraordinary community of global practitioners, researchers, and advocates. And I hope we would agree, based on the last 3 days, that many of the principles of best practice in reforestation are now well understood, and they're based on solid evidence and decades of experience. So we know what solutions are needed. Our challenge now is making these mainstream and ensuring they're consistently applied. And I was very struck by the level of global interest, including media interest, in the 10 rules paper, 10 golden rules for reforestation to optimize carbon sequestration, biodiversity recovery, and livelihood benefits. And this conference suggests to me there is now tremendous appetite to apply these rules and other science-based policies to ensure successful interventions in forest conservation and restoration. And as His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales, said at the start of the conference, as the world looks to recover from the catastrophe of this global pandemic, we have a key moment in time before the pieces settle to mobilize the world towards a truly sustainable future. And it's imperative, I think, that we seize this opportunity. As Andrea just said, this is a critical period. This year witnesses the 3 UN environmental conferences. In addition, it's the UN Decade on Restoration. And of course, there are multiple restoration projects and programs happening all around the world, many of which you've heard about. And these programs and targets in aggregate add up to an area larger than India. And I say that because it illustrates the scale of the opportunity, but also illustrates the consequences if we get it wrong. I think perhaps we risk, when immersed in the detail, of perhaps overlooking the really big and simple truths. Earth is the only planet in the universe that we know for certain supports life. Life on Earth, including humanity, depends entirely on plants and fungi. And yet, of course, as we know, life on Earth is in crisis. Natural resources are being degraded at a rate unprecedented in human history. And as a result, we're living through an age of extinction. The next decade will be absolutely critical if we are to reverse this environmental devastation. And I believe humanity now stands at a crossroads. The future of our planet is in grave jeopardy. Action is needed now to end biodiversity loss and repair our world. RBGQ's mission is to understand and protect plants and fungi for the well-being of people and the future of all life on Earth. And our aspiration is to end the extinction crisis and help to create a world where nature is protected, valued by all, and managed sustainably. We will do this through partnership-based research and conservation, by inspiring the public to care, by training the next generation, and contributing to policy formulation. In summary, I assure you that RBGQ, and I know BGCI too, commits to work in partnership nationally and globally to maximize our contribution to solving these enormous challenges. And I hope and believe that the many ideas discussed in this conference, the many inspiring examples of success and resilience, and the associated conference declaration that Paul has just outlined, will make a constructive and enduring contribution. And doing so, in turn, will slow climate change, it'll reduce poverty, and it'll stop biodiversity loss, each critical for the future of humanity and our planet. And I think it's essential we act with urgency and do not falter, not least given our obligation to future generations. Sir David Attenborough has commented, what we do now and in the next few years will profoundly affect the next few thousand years. And I think he's absolutely right on that. So, to conclude, I hope this conference becomes a regular event, convening global practitioners to share ideas and advice, to shape policy, and to inspire and energize us all. And I say this because I believe no group is better placed to support these endeavors and to make a substantial and lasting difference on the ground than the delegates in this conference. So let's go and make that difference. Thank you.
Trees do so much for us, thinking about their ability to regulate an environment, to make a really roasting hot day cool and shady, their ability to absorb pollution in cities, to regulate floodwater, to take up carbon. There is the incredible kind of ecosystem engineers, and we really need to value everything that they're capable of delivering for us.
There's lots of ways of measuring ecosystem services, and there's a lot of ecosystem services we can measure. Some of them are a little bit more tricky, like appreciation, but we can quiz people, ask people, how are you feeling now? And then after they come out with a patch of forest or an environment. But we can quantify quite a lot of the values. So one of the things that we work on quite a bit at Kew is using remote sensing to understand how big, how vast the treescape is, how much carbon's been captured by it, how much canopy is in place there, which can intercept the rainfall and the pollution. So one of the things that we're using here at Kew is LiDAR, which is essentially laser scanning. Very similar technology you might get on automated cars, but also on aeroplanes and things nowadays, and on satellites and drones. And this shoots out a laser, bounces off, and returns a very, very high resolution point in X, Y, and Z. We can get millions of these points, which allows us to measure that tree down to the millimeter level. We can also use drones to get canopy and canopy cover, and we can start looking at the landscape in different wavelengths of light. So for instance, infrared is very useful for looking at tree dynamics, how quickly those trees are churning over the carbon dioxide that they're absorbing, and how healthy they are as well in the landscape.
Well, we know the role that trees can play in really effective carbon uptake and sequestration. To really effectively hit this net zero by 2050, the landscape is going to have to offset some of our emissions. And this is the opportunity to create a diverse treescape that can support biodiversity. And we also need to think about the cultural associations, because I think that is the sort of crucial factor with our treescapes of the future, this strong cultural connection that people want to be part of them.
Welcome to Kew's Millennium Seed Bank here at Wakehurst in the West Sussex countryside. I'm Dr. Eleanor Bremen. I'm the Senior Research Leader in Seed Conservation here. In the building behind me, we have seeds from all across the world, and we're storing them to prevent them going extinct in the wild. So the team that I manage actually works in partnership with scientists and botanists across the globe who are all passionate about conserving plant diversity, and that's why they're collecting it in country and sending part of it to us to store here for longevity. Let me take you inside for a closer look. We're now in the public area of the Millennium Seed Bank, and this is where our visitors have been coming to find out about the work that we do and learn about plant conservation for the past 20 years. So when the seed arrives here, it goes on a journey round the building. We dry it down, clean it, seal it in an airtight container, and then we're freezing them at -20 degrees. And that's all going to help increase their lifespan in storage. The Millennium Seed Bank's currently closed to visitors, but there's still a lot of work happening here. Our scientists are working from home, and our partners are still getting out to the field where they're able to, which is just amazing. And there's just one more place that I want you to see, and it's somewhere that the public don't get to visit. Let's go down to our seed vaults. We're down at one of my favourite parts of the building, and the reason it's my favourite is because it's the most biodiverse place on the planet. And you can hear that it's a bit noisier than where we were before, and that's because there's a lot of machinery here keeping this place at the ideal temperature conditions to keep these seeds safe for future generations. We've got 41,000 species stored in this seed vault, which is incredible. This is the work of the last 20 years, and it now means that those species are secure, safe for future generations, for agriculture, for forestry, for medicines, for whatever other uses we may discover these plants have. None of this would have been possible without working with our partners all over the world, and we've had numerous projects with them, from one-on-one to global in scale. We've had our Crop Wild Relative project, we've banked the world's trees, we've looked at endangered and endemic species, and their seeds are all held here. What I want to do is give you the chance to see something that not many other people get to see. So let's have a look inside for a sneak peek. So this is one of 6 cold rooms that we have here, and this is where the seeds are stored. In all of those glass jars, there's seeds from all over the world, and we're keeping them safe here. But I can't let you inside for any longer because we have to keep this at -20 for their safety.